Hello, everybody. How's it going? I don't know how many of y'all are here yet. I don't know. But you know what? It's okay. Oh, God. All right, you're going to get a sneak peek for a second. You're going to have to forgive me. I forgot to update the recap. This is old recap. You're not seeing new things. No spoilers. Trust me. Okay, now you're kind of seeing new things. Slight spoilers. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Oh, shoot. I'm going to have to take care of something. Because as you all can see, there's a... I forgot I still had this. One sec. Yeah. Later. Hold on. What the? Ah! Anthony, you go on X Games mode. Alright, cool. Alright, we got it. So, did I miss anything? I think the chat is staying. I think we're good. Guys, I meant to start at 6. We're late. I am very much late, and I apologize for that, but thank you all for bearing with me. It's been a heck of a day. It's been a good time. I'm not actually, like, severely stressed out. I've just been spending a lot of time finalizing some assets, and I still guaranteed missed something. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's D&D, and we're just going to have a good time with it. Oh my god! 19 months. 19 months? Hot damn! I didn't even know that. Tidy Whiteys! Gia, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back to the Tool Shed. I appreciate you being here. Oh snap! That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm committed. That. I can feel it. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I actually don't know if it maintained my streak in your channel, and I was very sad about it. I think last time I resubbed, I think it reset my streak. Exclamation mark underwear? Gotta fix underwear. Alright, that's fine. You can fix underwear. So, oh, it's going to be a little bit loud here. Let's turn that down just a tad. So we're just pretty much going to hop right into this. There are stairs? Wait, Omega? What? Omega's here? Hello? Excuse me. Commands add underwear. Thank you, Nathan. Fix the underwear, please. Well, we got it there. Oh, God. Nathan is exclamation mark command, because I forgot. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, BB. Appreciate you, brother. Alright, so... You guys know the drill. We're late, as usual. And what's the first thing we do when we're getting ready to hop in the session? We undeafen. And there's laughter. That's what I want.
Where is underwear? What is the plural underwear?
I think it's underwear.
Oh my god, I gotta mute the stream. I'm dying. There we go. Yeah. That reverb, my brain explode. Hi y'all, how you doing?
Howdy, friend.
I actually feel like we have to ask an expert on this. Tidy Whiteys, what's the plural of underwear? Thank you for letting us know.
Oh.
Wait, what if there is no plural?
I would say underpants.
It's just like underwear.
Under theirs?
Underwear is already plural.
Is it?
I feel like it's just underwear. How much underwear do you have? How many pairs of underwear do you...
How many underwears are you? Yeah, sorry.
Why are you asking somebody how many pairs of underwear they have? First off.
I mean, you know,
I'd be amazed if someone actually knew the answer straight away.
That's a
Yeah,
good
right.
I got no fucking clue. You're just
4 blue
in a drawer.
ones, 5
Oh,
white.
all color coded.
it's too... Yeah, that is some dedication.
Oh my gosh.
All
I
right.
respect it.
My socks are color coded.
Oh,
My man.
there you go.
I only own black socks. That's why.
Organization.
I
True.
own one color socks, black. That's it.
All right. Well, I think we're pretty much ready to go. Hold on. Before is there any hard cutoff for any of the players? I neglected to ask that.
No.
Because I'm going to try and keep it to average time. I just like to know in advance. All right, cool. Cool. So, if y'all have the stream open...
Yes, sir.
Recap.
Let's go.
It's recap time, baby. All right. See y'all in a little bit, chat.
Terrifying.
Stay cute while we're going.
Bye-bye, stay cute.
With heavy hearts and pure determination, the party rode toward the city of Sprocketon as quickly as they could, for as long as they could. Each member of the group tried their best to cope with the situation, whether it was whispered words to Garr, attempts to preserve his body, or single-minded travel. After several hours of travel, May could tell that Fenge was tired and the other horse could not travel any further, so she reluctantly suggested that the group stop for the evening to allow the horses some time to rest. While setting up camp, storm clouds slowly rolled in, causing rain to fall over the course of the evening. May needed to briefly return to the Midway Manor to retrieve something, and while looking for the key to the manor among Garr's possessions, she noticed a letter, simply titled, "To My Friends." May retrieved the note, intending to show the group after she returned from the manor. Laryn noticed Mavis struggling while setting up a tent, and she offered her assistance, both of them sharing in a silent moment of sorrow and mutual understanding. May returned from the manor and showed the group the letter she found, which Mavis promptly took. Upon opening the letter, before Mavis could begin reading, everyone noticed that they began to hear the letter speak the words on its pages, in Garr's voice. The letter was clearly written by Garr as a will in the event of his death. He addressed each of the members of the group and told them how much he cared for them. He reminded them of their strengths and left some of his personal belongings with each of them. He also gave instructions on how he wanted to be buried, in a canoe set off to the sea that would be set ablaze, and to let his mother know of his passing. The group stood in silence as they absorbed the information, and Mavis dropped the note to the ground. Zaos retrieved the note while Mavis went to Garr's body to simply tell him that he would stop at nothing to bring him back. May spent some time reading a book on the art of fishing while also writing in her journal, and most of the group was able to get some rest. The next morning, the group wasted no time preparing the carriage for departure. As they were nearly ready to leave, Zaos noticed a dwarf walking along the main road with a shield on his back and a bindle propped on his shoulder, traveling the same direction as the group. When suddenly, everyone noticed that they no longer heard the sound of rain falling on the carriage. As they turned around, they saw rain falling on the ground as they would expect it to, but they also noticed raindrops beginning to curve in the air as they approached Garr's body. Almost like an invisible umbrella was covering Garr, forcing the rain to the side. It was as though whispers could be heard on the wind, even in the midst of the storm, as the raindrops began to form a dome around Garr. The droplets turned into sheets of water, and the sheets turned into waves that created an orb of water with Garr at its center. The orb began to float a few feet above the ground, with droplets continuing to gather towards the center of the orb. The group looked towards the sky as they heard the sounds of distant thunder, almost like a power was brewing that was preparing to do something. They could see clouds begin to form the shape of a fishing boat directly overhead, as one final crash of lightning and thunder echoed in the air. The boat dissipated, and the orb of water fell to the ground as the water crashed and flowed towards the surrounding grass, revealing Garr sitting with his arms resting on his knees and the water cascading off of his scales as he opened his eyes towards his friends. Garr's appearance had slightly changed. His silver nature became even more silvered, like his scales were oversaturated, and the blues on his scales turned to a deeper sapphire color. But other than that, he was the same old Garr. Zaos punched Garr square in the shoulder, causing Garr to say, "That's no way to treat a friend that's just come back from the dead." As Zaos simply replied, "But you always come back," and the group embraced their friend. Laryn had no words other than overwhelming gratitude that Garr had returned. Mavis stood in wonder that his friend really returned from death, and May said that she would not let Garr fall again, as doing so would violate her oath. Garr thanked the party for their words, saying that he'd heard them in the afterlife, and that he met Melora, but would get into the details later. The rest of the group told Garr what had happened so far, and that they were not far off from Sprocketon. Mavis gave Garr the chilling mug that he said he would make, which promptly exploded in a small puff of smoke, which was Mavis's method of payback for the potatoes, and continuing a war of pranks on each other. Mavis took the mug to fix it for later, and the group departed back on the road to Sprocketon, together. Garr used sending to send a message to Athenor, a message full of insults and berating words, to which Athenor simply replied with a sigh of annoyance. Garr began to share what he'd seen in the afterlife, and asked May if she'd heard of the name Kelemvor, which May said was the name of a deity that is a sort of neutral gatekeeper for those that have passed. Garr shared everything he'd seen, what Melora had told him about the night of the storm, the fact that his old crew was there, that they were happy, and that Nephair was still alive. Laryn asked Garr who Nephair really was to him, and Garr said that she was one of his closest childhood friends, and someone he had a bit of a crush on. He said that they grew up going on adventures and solving mysteries together that his uncle Jarlin had set up for them. Mavis had the sudden realization that Garr could use sending to contact Nephier now that he knew she was alive. Nervously, Garr agreed to contact her after all these years to see how she was doing. But after casting the spell, Garr didn't feel the spell connect to its target. Zaos mentioned that it could be due to protective magic preventing a connection and doesn't necessarily mean that she's dead or on another plane. Garr noticed that Zaos' sleeves were covered in blood, and Mavis mentioned that it was from the revenge taken on the archer that killed Garr. Garr asked if Zaos was okay, but Zaos seemed to dodge the question, insisting he was alright, so Garr let it go for the time being. Garr joined May at the front of the carriage and asked how she was doing, and May told Garr about what happened after Garr died. When she felt her mind reach out to all of the bandits with an anger and rage, and that the thing scared them. With everything still being a mystery, they agreed to add it to the list of things to figure out later. After a couple of hours, Garr and May noticed 8 distinct clouds that began approaching the group. Zaos recognized this as the Windwalk spell, just as one of the clouds materialized into a human that bore extravagant robes, an assortment of rings, long hair, and an over-the-top smile. The human introduced himself as Hubert Hen, leader of the Wind Riders, a traveling merchants guild that offered a variety of goods from food and drink, to potions, to jewels, to magic items. The group inspected a few of the items that the Wind Riders had to offer, and May inquired about her very specific pocket watch. The jeweler, who introduced himself as Dendron, didn't recognize the description of the piece, but said he would keep an eye out for it and contact May via the sending spell if he found it. Hubert said that the Wind Riders were composed of a handful of merchants that left their shops to become part of a traveling group, selling high-quality items to other travelers and adventurers. Mavis sold some Dust of Disappearance to the Wind Riders, but other than that, the group agreed that they didn't need anything from them, and they concluded their transactions as the Wind Riders returned to their cloud form and flew off into the Freelands. After much travel, the group finally arrived in the rock gnome city of Sprocketon. The first thing immediately visible was a massive spire of rock that rose close to 1,000 feet in the sky, with a ring of some metallic creation that went entirely around the circumference of the rock. Stone buildings scattered the rocky landscape, and 2 elevators sat at the base of the spire. Gnomes made their way through town with a myriad of inventions, from large rolling metallic vehicles to small innocuous everyday items that very clearly contained a greater function. Mavis asked how to register for the inventory, and a gnome that introduced himself as Ronwyn said that it had to be done within the Bolt, the massive rock spire in the center of town, that was also apparently laced with adamantium. Before entering the Bolt, Ronwyn told Mavis to not mess with the Spanners, which were the local guard force of Sprocketon. Rock gnomes that wore a mishmash of various items that seemed like they'd just been added to their gear as they were invented. Finally, Ronwyn said to not do anything that would harm the Welders, which were apparently the 3 gnomish leaders of Sprocketon, and then he told the group that they could find lodging at a tavern known as the Loose Screw, run by Brimira Wildbraid. After absorbing this information, May took the horses to a local stables, and then the group boarded the elevator to enter the Bolt. Once inside, the environment changed to an interior formed primarily from steel, with a steel tunnel traveling along the circumference of the Bolt, a large wide-open area at the center, and doors that led to a tram that traveled along the outside of the Bolt. Using a map provided by one of the Spanners, the group made their way to the Loose Screw, where they purchased a room for their stay. Zaos asked if there was a library to learn of the history of Sprocketon, and Brimira, the tavern keeper that also went by Brimi, told him that one of the Welders, Wilbar Quillcrag, loves to share knowledge on the subject. Garr suggested that with the spare time available to the group, they could look for some work to earn some extra gold while they wait for the inventory, as they were 9 days early. May inquired about any religious buildings within Sprocketon, and Brimi said that she didn't know much about it, but that some of the gnomes pay homage to the prime elementals Kindra and Rok, although she wasn't quite sure where. Mavis asked for a drink that would not dull the mind, and Brimi excitedly went to the back of the tavern and brewed Mavis a cup of coffee, a beverage that both May and Zaos had heard of, and that Mavis was quite fond of. Brimi told Mavis that he should speak with a receptionist to learn more about the inventory, but she did say that it was split into 2 segments, one for inventions for everyday life and one for inventions for combat. Brimi said that some of the gnomes weren't too happy about the combat section being added, but if there were any combat inventions that were impressive enough for the Spanners to use in defense of Sprocketon, the inventor would get special recognition and payment for such inventions. The group, now including a coffee-powered Mavis, made their way to the outer tram, a prospect that made May a bit nervous. And once the group strapped into the tram, the tunnel lifted, causing gravity to carry them to the next quadrants, where Mavis could sign up for the inventory. After a few questions from the receptionist, Mavis was asked to present an invention he had already made, and he demonstrated his multi-purpose gloves, after which he was given a ticket and welcomed as a participant of the inventory. Mavis realized that his chilling mug could also be displayed in the daily living portion of the inventory, and Garr agreed to be the one to demonstrate its function while Mavis participated in the combat portion of the inventory. Finally, Mavis decided to return to the Midway Manor to crunch some numbers on his BattleBot before the inventory, and Zaos asked if May could return with him to the manor so he could ask her something. After making their way to Zaos' room, Zaos took on a more downcast expression as he became very contemplative. He asked May if she had ever killed anyone, a question that caught her off guard, and she hesitantly said that she had, once. Zaos expressed his concern of whether the archer deserved what they did to him after he killed Garr, and May said that it was hard to say and that ultimately it was one form of cruelty replacing another. Zaos said that while he had killed things such as goblins, zombies, and monstrous creatures, he'd never killed a human, and he wasn't sure how to deal with it. May shared what she could, saying that it's never easy, and reminded Zaos that he has everyone in the group to lean on for support. Zaos said that he wanted to talk to Garr about it, but admitted that he was afraid to, and decided to ask May instead. May assured Zaos that she would keep his conversation confidential, but she also told him that she herself has shared difficult information with Garr, and that he's open to it, and is just as kind. Zaos invited May to meditate with him for a while, offering to teach her what he could. May agreed to stay for the time being to offer whatever comfort she could, while Mavis continued to draw up new schematics and crunch some numbers on improvements to his barrel BattleBot in preparation for his expo. I love it so much. Man.
I was back, y'all.
Did I go deaf? I didn't go deaf. All right, cool. We good.
Yeah, you didn't go down. I just-
Yeah.
Yeah. So much cool art in there.
Yeah,
I
that was
really
a really
like
good
the
It was dope.
frame by frame animation, basically.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
resurrection.
That's so good.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
All
The
right. So
image of everyone sitting around the campfire.
Mhm.
I actually want to utilize that one potentially as a BRB screen.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Well, if
I
you
remember-
animated it up and everything too.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember
That'd be
you and I
so
talked
cool.
about that at like episode 2, Nathan, about doing
Yeah.
some sort of animated campfire scene for sure for the BRB.
I was
yeah.
making this one and I was like, I kind of want to put some extra care into this one. I want this one to be the BRB screen. So.
Yeah. That's going to be super cool.
What if you go
Although you'd have to add
Josh,
Garr to it.
an image in there somewhere. Overlooking
Just
the
like
party.
the Overlord.
Yeah.
Just please, for the love of God,
Hey,
just
no,
don't use
guy.
Joshio. Please.
I was gonna say, like, you need to put the moon in it, and then Joshua's face is invited into the moon.
Not like this. Oh. Okay.
He's so cool though.
Times.
So I'm missing my music. Where is it? Here it is. Found it. Okay. So there's a few different places we can pick up, but the first one that we're going to start with is May and Zaos.
Zaos randomly teleported to the maze room.
Oh shoot!
Oh, damn.
One moment, please.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Gar's no longer dead in my bed. He's just in my bed. We'll
Still
talk
trying to
about
see
it
what's under them
later.
pants.
Yeah.
You already saw my guy.
You just saw one him.
He wants to see the other. Where am I? Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Josh
Wait,
set
what?
me free.
I forgot
I
about
was
that.
utilizing it as like to see what the hell his room looked like. I forgot. Peace, y'all.
I completely forgot Mavis was in there.
Sorry.
All right. So.
Sorry.
That's so good. So, May, did I already? I don't know if I had you make a check for like following along to this meditation. Have you?
I don't remember.
Or do
I
it.
could do it again.
I'd
if
say
you want.
that you've attempted probably base forms of meditation in the past with the things that I know about May. It makes a lot of sense. So go ahead and make a wisdom check, just straight wisdom check with this. Okay.
Oh, good.
You can see over the course of this as you sit across from Zaos in this room that feels like a room but also not a room. It feels like you're floating in the sky, but nothing's moving. It's a very static illusion meant to portray a feeling of immense calm and peace. you kind of open your eyes every once in a while to look over towards Zaos, who is in a perfect trance right now. His eyes are closed as it's like he's here, but he's not here. And your mind is kind of racing, still based off of the feeling that you felt during the battle, the words that you heard spoken in the back of your mind, your conversation with Garr. Everything in it is kind of making it difficult to concentrate, but you manage to kind of slip into what you think might be a minor form of just like letting the mind relax and entering meditation, but it's a bit of a struggle. After about Zaos, are you doing this for like your full 4 hours, like the equivalent of a rest? Are you planning a certain amount of time here?
I guess it depends on what May might do.
Okay. Well, what are you guys? I guess May, you in particular.
How long do you stay? Do you get up at some point?
I wouldn't get up, but I'm definitely kind of like, not fidgeting, but definitely not. I feel like you could hear May kind of like look around or just like sigh a lot. Like she's definitely struggling to get into the right zone.
And
could I roll something to try and help her? Like, May?
Yeah, I guess, go ahead and roll an intelligence history check. Let's just go drawing off of what you've learned about meditation so far.
I'm like, I just spent a while completely binging a book on it, so...
Yeah, so this makes sense.
History check?
Yeah.
Advantage, normal?
Normal for this.
Of course.
It's meant to be. They're both 8s. So you try and, over the course of however long you guys are there for, half hour.
This is not a teacher.
Yeah. 45 minutes or so, you try to kind of say these things that you've been picking up from this meditation book, and you're speaking really quickly, May. It's difficult to kind of pick up the points that he's going over as he brushes by them so fast, and he's saying a lot of terminology that, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but I'm not there yet. You guys are able to at least have some time of relaxation after everything that's happened, in relative silence other than the instructions along the way. But I'd say about 45 minutes pass. Which
I'd probably speak up during that time if it's really just not clicking.
Yeah. You are finding it difficult.
Yeah, so it'd probably be like half of that would go by trying to figure it out. Be like 15 minutes, 20 minutes go by if you're gonna speak up.
I think I would say, Zaos, with regards to what you're going through right now, what are you actually feeling?
Well, I would say feeling a little more grounded. What really hit me was when I saw Garr leave his body. Death became very real to me. I never fathomed that one of us would one day, pass like that. And at that time, I didn't know what to do, so maybe a bit lost, but I'm not sure. And then there's the issue of I wasn't sure how I felt or what was going on at the time. I was so enraged. I didn't think as did, but also at the same time, I don't know if what my actions were something good. And, seeing your comrade go down like that, they saw their own comrades go down. I can understand why they would be mad and try to take us out. So, it just doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right that I should be able to make the decision to end someone's life like that.
I think sometimes when we're that angry, we fail to see all reason. And we do things that we regret later.
when people have passed, you, especially with the people that we've come across, because we've come across dead bodies and that time in Kelcheth with all the people that died from the portal, you always tend to bury them. Does that... I know it's common practice, but I guess that's the best thing you can do with someone's body, to pay respect to them. Should we go back and bury their bodies?
I don't know. I can't say I was really in my own right state of mind regarding that instance. But I bury them so that their souls can be at peace. Eternity is a long time to suffer for the things that you've done in life. But at the same time, Zaos, life doesn't have to be all suffering. And I'd like to see you find some sort of peace with this.
Yeah. Well, having Garr back definitely helps.
Personally, he probably could provide better wisdom on the matter than I can. I've been in a similar situation a few times, but I still haven't figured out how to cope with those emotions.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it put my mind at ease, but something that I was thinking that if those people were buried or given a proper burial, it'd be what I'd want if someone, or if I were to die. I want others around me to bury me, and I suppose even if it was my enemies that take me, having someone put me down to rest would be good.
I mean, there's 9 days before the inventory. If you want to go back and do that, I will accompany you. If it'll help you feel more at peace.
And Zaos looks down at his arms and he's like, we should probably head back, but first, let me go wash my hands.
I'll meet you downstairs.
You'll see Zaos get up and walk towards not the door that you came from.
The invisible door behind me.
It's true. As he walks towards, it's almost like this moment of walking off into the sunset that's broken as suddenly the air itself seems to distort as a door opens up, and you see on the other end a solid wooden door just floating in the middle of the seeming sky. Zaos walks inside, and actually, make me a perception check.
I'd probably be looking, because that would have thrown me so off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's see. Not that it's any different.
You could actually open it too if you want, Josh.
Hey, I was looking.
Oh shit. Damn. All right.
Yeah, just to open it.
Do I have it in here? Hold on. Oh, I don't have it in here. I think I can make it pretty quickly.
Oh, by the way, you should show this on stream.
Oh yeah, that's why
You're
I'll
not
make the
showing
handout
map.
for it. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I can do that. But first of all, to start, while I get this image set up, Mavis, is there anything in particular that you're doing while you're in your workshop here?
So I crunched the numbers. We
did.
went over that.
You came
earlier.
out to what you think are pretty accurate estimates.
Okay. I still have the cog with me currently.
Okay, that's not the best.
I think I'd be sitting in the I'll whisper you.
Sure. So I'll give this.
I'll just where I'm at. I'm whispering you. The rest I'll say.
Sure.
So
Chia and TG can look in handouts, symbols for May. What you see on the ground, and I'll show this on stream. Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, I got 2 symbols in here.
Yeah, you do. Bop. Let's go over here for those on stream that would like to see.
Interesting.
It's kind of difficult to see, probably for you on stream in particular, especially because I'm not on the right scene. That would make it even more difficult. So that's what you see. Essentially, when Zaos opens this door, you see a purple rug lying on the ground on the other side. You see a bookshelf further in beyond that purple rug. You can see bits of what look like white dust in an organized pattern on the ground in front of the bookshelf. But the thing that catches your eye is this symbol in gold on the purple rug. You don't recognize it as any symbol in particular, but what you do recognize is that it's one of the tattoos on Zaos' body. You've never seen or know specifics of what it is, but this is the only other place you've seen it. And with that...
Do you want to open up that actual room?
Yeah, I can do that, because the door would be open.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it actually on the map.
So Zaos would go up in here, wash up.
Did he leave the door open?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, then shit. Yep, okay. I wouldn't, like, walk into it, but while you're watching the bloodstains off, I was just gonna be like, Zaos, that symbol, it's on your skin as well. What is it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. To be honest, I really don't. But
Okay.
what I do know is when I was found, well, longer ago than that, but he leans to his left, which is drawers of stuff. He opens a drawer. And he pulls out a small blanket. And on that blanket is the symbol.
You can see the blanket is probably about 2.5 feet, maybe at max length, maybe 3 feet.
Okay.
I've always had this with me. I'm not sure what it means, but it must mean something.
I'm sure you've looked into it as well, no?
Yeah, I'll say...
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I think what we had said was that you'd done some research, but nobody
You found
recognized
nothing, right?
it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
haven't found anything
Okay.
on it.
Oh, like that sounds like a conversation Josh and I had like over a year ago.
I think so. Yeah, I forgot the specifics, but
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was it.
He would say nothing. I don't know what it means. And he'd put it back in, and then he, as well as you'd see that he'd taken off the purple sleeves that are on his arms to like properly wash his hands and stuff, and he laid that on the dresser.
Sorry. I need to roll a wisdom check to decide
Sure.
something.
Sure, by all means.
Gonna murder Zaos.
Yeah.
How did you know?
Okay. Do you have some parchment? Because
Yeah.
there's a symbol I know that I also don't know the meaning behind.
On the desk there. There should be some blank pieces of paper on the desk with the cool ink.
And you can see it's very nicely laid out. There are a couple books on the desk as well. There's a window above the desk that lets light in, kind of gently bathing over the study. But yeah, there is some...
Describe
loose-
what's out the window too.
Oh yeah, that's right. You see out the window... Hold on, this is very specific. I need to make sure I have this right.
Are you
Do you want me to roll anything to draw that down?
Yeah, go ahead and make me slide a hand check. Because you're doing it from memory here. Is that right, TG?
Is completely wrong. No.
Okay, cool.
It's right.
Cool. Just wanted to be sure. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. So here's what happens. You attempt to start writing this down. You kind of glance up at the window every once in a while, and you get distracted because it's weird. What is outside the window is a view of snowy mountains. It's like in the midst of high altitude snowy peaks. And every once in a while you keep glancing up and it's just very out of place compared to all the rest of the scenery, out the windows in particular, in this entire manor. And you look down and yeah, it's a drawing.
I'm just gonna like crumple it up real
Yeah.
because this definitely doesn't even symbolize anything related to what I'm doing.
You're pretty sure it was just a circle. Like, it was close. But, no, not what you were trying to depict at all.
I'll walk over after cleaning my hands and stuff and take a look. Do I recognize it at all?
Oh no, I like really just crumpled it up because it makes no sense.
Yeah, looking at it, it looks like it looks like an unfinished drawing. You can tell she's going to start a new one.
I'm like, can you describe it to me? And I'll try and like draw it as she describes it.
Okay, we'll try this. I'm gonna try to describe it to him.
Okay, this is going to be
Zaos has seen
interesting.
a lot of shit.
This is interesting.
I wouldn't even know how to describe it.
This is just going to be a history check for May.
A DM on Discord too of what it basically looks up like out the window, which I sent to Josh as well.
Oh, yeah, you'll have to. So, May, make me a history check. Zaos, make me a sleight of hand check.
Persuasion?
I have to
Because I'm
think about
using words?
Oh boy, the gate rolls are in. Rolling a 2 and then
Okay.
rolling.
This is gonna be
Okay.
It's better than the 3.
Really? Wow. You managed to actually make that exactly because of
Things
that
etched
shit.
into my mind.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, it's interesting. That the DC was a 30 with a combined total, so you guys hit it exactly. So,
Pretty, goddamn, it's just a picture. Okay, anyway.
yeah,
continue.
but it's
Sorry.
being described and written, so you guys managed to somehow make this work.
You'd be like, no, a little bit more like that.
and,
squiggly
and that is
over
what
here.
happens. May
Yeah.
begins to start describing this image to you, this symbol.
Time to go to handouts.
You draw, and as you begin drawing it out, it's circular-ish in its design, but with some discrepancies. You can look in. I'll make sure this is for you now as well. In handouts, for an unknown symbol, as you see what you drew. To remind those on stream that saw it last time, it looked like this.
History check time?
Go ahead and make me a history check with disadvantage.
I'm surprised he's even letting you roll.
Yeah. You you are pretty positive. Oh, I forgot. You are pretty positive you've never seen this symbol before.
Come on! Even with the 20!
Oh yeah, even with a 20.
Yeah,
It's a good one for
Yeah.
disadvantage.
That was great for disadvantage. I
Yeah.
rolled a 16 and a 14. I would have had to roll like 2 nat 20s.
Right?
Damn
Actually,
it.
So,
All
yeah,
right.
but this is what you have on a piece of paper. Pretty accurately depicted. May can confirm it looks correct, but you don't recognize it.
Okay.
So I
I,
can help you look for yours, and then maybe you can help me look for mine.
yeah. You have any info on it?
Not really.
All right, we're really in the same boat. Okay.
Well, May kind of rolls her eyes a little bit as Gar's voice is now in her head.
Yeah.
And she's like, I know a little bit. Very little bit about it. It also showed up on my skin after an incident where I'm from.
Showed up on your skin.
It's not like a tattoo. It's.
Well, yeah, no, it just reminds me of
Scar.
Laryn.
Oh. I didn't think of something like that as a possibility.
So,
Um.
I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember what caused Laryn's tattoo thing to show. Can I roll history for that?
For the incident with Laryn?
If there was properties that Zaos would know that caused Laryn's tattoo to show. Or no, it was the crazy wizard that made it show.
Yeah, didn't he have like a light or some shit?
He
I felt like
did.
he had like a
Yeah.
UV light, and he was like, "Show me your wrist."
That is essentially what you saw, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But what
sounded like Captain
what
Falcon.
Zaos did see and knows, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is that it showed when we were closing the portal and Laryn threw a dagger into the portal. But I don't know why it showed.
Oh, I remember. That.
Nick is like, what the fuck? How do you remember this? So.
That was a face of, has Mavis seen Garr naked?
I'm not reading the chat!
Oh.
I can't.
Everyone got shit on their skin except Garr and Mavis.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where that came.
Yep.
Um,
So.
Yeah. So.
Josh.
Yeah, it's probably true though.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I rewatched the VODs to add more notes.
Yeah.
Alright, so. Interesting. We should probably get back. Gar's probably waiting on us.
Yeah.
But I will definitely be thinking of that. And once we get the Rand, I'll definitely do some digging in the vault.
Okay.
I said vault.
Yes, you
In
did.
the library.
I was so confused. I was like, "Oh, okay. There's a vault." Got it.
In the library.
Yeah.
This would head back out. Down
Um,
to... Where are the stairs? There's the stairs.
Is Zaos on screen? Am I blind? Oh my
So you're
god.
not seeing
Yeah.
me?
The spectator sees you, but I don't. my map's bugged. That's awesome.
Weird. Yeah. Let's go back down.
Sure.
Oh, and as we're going down,
I'm yelling timber.
Always go down.
Yeah.
always go down. Gunther.
You kind of call out, and let me change the music now because, actually, hold on. Where are you? Found you.
I gotta catch up on all this chat stuff.
So, you make your way downstairs. You kind of call out for Gunther, and you notice off to the side, within the study. Actually, yeah, sure, within the study. You notice Gunther currently in the process of a sort of waltz with Eleanor. There's no music going, but they appear to just be gently waltzing back and forth. And as you approach from the stairs, you can see them both just like softly let go of the stance that they were in, and Gunther just like starts speaking. Yes, sir. What? How may I help you?
Or you, Eleanor. I'd like to make a
Yeah,
modification to my room.
Oh, well, I mean, that's more Gunther's territory, but,
Oh, I wasn't sure because she did it last time, didn't she?
well, I take care of modifications, so she
Okay.
takes care of, well, pretty much everything else. He gives her a sly smile to the side, which is more than you
and
normally
then-
see from Gunther.
Yeah. Sayas will tell him what it is, and I will DM you exactly what.
I
it's gonna be.
appreciate it. Right away, sir. I'll make sure I get on it as soon as possible. Will there be anything
Thank you.
else?
That's all. If Mavis wonders where we went, May and I went back out. I don't know when we'll return.
Of course. I have not.
Mavis
heard...
needs to make like a. Wait, didn't Mavis make a message thing?
He
right?
does. Yes, he did make 2 sending stones. Garr has 1. He has the other. And
Okay,
you see
so
Gunther. You see Gunther point out, well, I've not heard yet back from Master Garr, but the modifications that you requested may have been put into place, as he, like, gestures towards the door. And you see above the door, there's this small jutting out just above the door frame of a bell hanging over that you can tell will be hit in the event that the door is opened up. This way, we shall hear it as soon as they contact you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well then, I guess we can lounge around for a little bit until
Of
the bell
course,
gets
sir.
hit.
W-
There was some things that I want, since I have you here, I'm gonna head back to the study. Like,
Of course,
seeing
sir.
that a lot of these bookshelves aren't in use yet. This wall over here,
Yes, sir.
actually, what is there right now? Because Garr kind of turned the bookshelf around and...
It's still
put some
turned
stuff-
around.
What was on that?
You see a map of the general layout of Harmony.
Okay.
You're not sure how accurate it is. You're not sure of a lot of details on it. There's some markings on it with lines pointing to different sections, circles that are around certain areas, question marks that are like bubbles jutting out from the circles, and one circle in particular
Wall.
that yeah, one circle in particular in the southwest region, kind of, that says first incident.
Yeah, and that's this, right? This wall?
If I'm not mistaken, right, Garr? Was the eastern
Okay.
wall? I think it was. We'll say it was.
Okay, then Zaos would take that down and put it on the table for now.
Okay.
And then, can you make this bookshelf disappear, Gunther? There's nothing on it, right?
No, there's no books on it.
Okay.
Of course, sir. Is there a particular reason as he begins walking up towards
Yes.
the bookshelf? And you can see as his hands approach the bookshelf, there's almost like an inch gap in between as this displacement of air kind of begins happening as the bookshelf itself slowly slides along the ground and into the wall, almost like the wall is just gently absorbing it. Well, it appears a bit bland now, but I've never been one.
Yes. Okay. Do you know what a chalkboard is? That's a thing in this universe, right?
Yeah, I'd say it is for sure.
Okay. Do you know what a chalkboard is, Gunther?
Let me roll for this.
Does Gunther know what this is?
Oh, shit. Yes, sir, I have heard of those
Okay.
before, though I've only used them once or
Then,
twice.
on this side of the wall, can you put a chalkboard? And then on this side of the wall...
To make
it's-
the wall a chalkboard?
Yeah.
I suppose I could, yes. The entire wall. Or just this
The-
segment here.
Well, just the left side. And then on the right side, could you make it a material that's easy to put stuff in? Basically describing a corkboard.
Oh, yeah. I will get right on it,
I don't
sir.
know. Okay.
I will do
All
my
right.
best from memory.
One last thing.
Of course.
You can just make paper materialize.
Yes, any
Do
basic
you-
material.
Know what Aedor looks like?
I am afraid not. My knowledge of the world is seemingly missing from me. I know very little.
Then could you make me a piece of paper the size of the table over there?
Of course, sir. He kind of gestures over and raises his hand as a piece of paper actually pops out of the table that's about the same size with maybe a 3-inch border.
Yeah. And then okay. And then I was like, oh, hi, babe. Let me
What
think.
are you doing?
Okay. Zaos, for the amount of time that he has until the bell rings, he's going to start working on making a... He's going to go slow, but to his memory, an accurate map of Aedor, starting with just like the outline.
Okay, sure. Make me a history check for that. Yeah, no advantage or anything, just history check. Damn, okay. Over the course of this conversation, as you can see everything being pushed into the wall, new things materializing, Eleanor kind of leans over to you, May. This really is kind of why I leave all of this to him. I myself prefer the more creative things, and well, the cooking and the decorating, and this place is still a mess compared to what I would like for it, but I suppose it'll make do.
Do you need help cleaning it?
Oh, cleaning is no problem. We pretty much just... And you see her look down at, like, a small dust bunny towards the corner as she kind of presses it into the floor. Cleaning should be no worries at all. It's more just like, well, I don't really have many memories of the way I used to live, and I wish I could decorate based off of those memories. Everything is very generic.
Question. Is there, like, holiday seasons and stuff? Is there, like,
There are.
autumn decorations and all that?
Wait,
And,
you
like,
mean...
winter decorations and stuff that people, like, do during the different seasons and houses?
Oh, for sure, yes. There definitely are.
So,
I actually need to come up
okay.
with some holidays, to be specific.
What would be the current season?
You're in the middle of summer,
Summer?
or
Okay.
late summer, pushing towards early fall.
Well, like, fall's coming soon. Do you guys want to decorate the place up for, the fall season?
Oh, that would be wonderful. I can do what I can from memory. I don't remember anything specific, but of course colors, a lot of oranges and neutral colors, earthy tones.
Help you
You can't...
decorate.
That would be wonderful. I'm sure we can have something put together.
Zaos is just thinking for a sec. He's like, our servants were always, they did these, like, connecting, like, wreath things, up on the walls.
Connecting wreath things. She kind of leans over to you, May. Do you know what these are?
I'm sorry.
I have my journal open.
Just watching you as I say certain things is so fun.
What'd she ask me?
She asked you if you knew what he was talking about.
Would May know?
Oh, like made out of paper?
Probably.
Yeah, paper or just any, like, type of traditional stuff that Zaos would have been familiar with from the house he lived in.
Yeah.
I would have made them when I was a child.
So, yeah, I suppose we can come up with other things if we actually go through and decorate the manor, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I'd walk
Seasonal things.
around with Eleanor for,
Okay.
I guess, the rest of the time and just be like, oh, we can put this here and do this, and then
I like it.
Decorate the statues.
Make me a...
Turn
I
them
need to make a
bronze.
check for that. That's perfectly fine.
in
Must be
terms
taking
of
fun.
like regular decorating though, because I don't know if she wants to do that as well, it would probably reflect things
Yeah.
that like her dad used to bring home
Oh, okay.
versus like what her mom does.
Okay.
So
That's
just
cool.
to throw that out there.
I like it. So you begin talking over ways to redecorate the manor, perhaps. You begin talking over and trying to draw out this map of Ador, Zaos. Mavis, you are currently where you are.
Yes, indeed.
Anything specific?
He's sitting there with the cog in his hands, and he's kind of spinning it, staring at it.
Okay.
So what does this mean now? You're not talking. He's back, so... What does that mean now?
I bang it on the floor, see if I can get it to work. Does it jostle the magic?
You kind of... It falls to the floor, slightly heavier thud, as it kind of rolls to a stop. But not like it's actually fully heavy, but nothing happens. In fact, a remarkable lack of nothing.
Was it even you? I've half a mind to just get rid of you, but my curiosity says no. Whatever.
I just pick it up, put it in my bag, and gather all my shit together, because now I have all the numbers crunched.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'd head down to head back.
Gotcha. Garr and Laryn. At the moment, you are standing in the one of the rooms, one of the largest rooms within the loose screw. The door just closed as the rest of your group made their way inside, leaving a quiet silence here. Both of you just standing alone in the room. No windows.
Shoot, no windows?
No windows. As Garr pulls out his bubble pipe and you see just bloop, 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 little bits of bubbles popping in the air.
It's been 15 minutes yet.
I don't know. And during this time, I would have just been like awkwardly staring at Garr when he doesn't see me staring at him, like just like analyzing that he's still there. Like I'm still processing.
Make me a stealth check.
I make eye contact.
Give me a stealth check for how sly you're being here.
Okay.
Okay. You keep checking over, and every time you look over towards Laryn, Garr, she appears to be looking off somewhere else. You hear movement every once in a while, like she's probably looking at you, and then you look, and she's just staring at the wall or up towards the ceiling. She makes eye contact occasionally for a quick second. But yeah.
Something the matter, Laryn?
Nothing the matter. Just I'm still processing everything that's just happened. I can't believe you're here.
Yeah, it's quite odd, isn't it?
No, it's wonderful. It's
Well, yes, wonderful, but odd.
Garr, can I ask you what was your experience with Melora? How was she? What exactly did you experience?
You know, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, just knowing what I do of your past, but do you know that warm feeling you get whenever something bad has happened and you're able to console in your mother's arms?
No. But I can imagine it.
Right. Guess that's a bit rude of me to ask, knowing what I do know. But that's what it was like. It's like, even though something terrible had happened, I was at peace. I felt comfort. It was serene.
I've always wondered what happens after. I guess that's a comfort.
I don't know if that happens for everyone. I don't know if that's only for those that are under the watchful eye of Melora, or if that's also what those experience that are under the protections of Ilmater or other deities, but
That is
if
true.
it is, it's quite pleasant.
I have so many questions for you and none all at the same time.
Well, I'm always willing to answer your questions as best I can. I don't keep secrets.
Would you say that this has changed? I know you've struggled with belief in Melora after what happened to your crew. Has this changed anything for you?
I'm no longer angry at her. If you remember, we learned some things in Sunset Valley. That Melora and Sahanin together created the barrier that kind of protects Sunset Valley from the outside. And it was thought that it was those protections that destroyed my ship. They weren't. So I've lost that anger.
I'm glad to hear that.
I have a lot more questions. Mainly, who is this enemy that she was fighting that caused this to happen? I have questions about Nefair and if she's going to be okay, whoever she is. But most of all, I'm thankful for the opportunity to be standing with you all again.
As am I, more than you know. Do you think it's possible that if you prayed to Melora to help you find Nefair, do you think there's any hope?
She's already helped me as much as she can in that regards, I believe. I had many questions for her when I was with her in the endless sea that we were upon. But all she could tell me was that she was in Port Dalyn, right? Is that the name of it? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Port Dalyn. But that's the last place she saw her, with a crew. That she believed she wasn't there under her own volition. That it wasn't like she wanted to be with them, but was being made to, or forced to be. So it's a starting point, and it's more than I had before.
That is true.
And with my curious mind and your talents for finding information on people, I know that when the time is right, we'll be able to go there and put good use to this lead.
I hope so, and I vow to do all in my power to help you find her. I have not shared this with everyone yet, but I did lose someone that meant a lot to me. Not in death. I don't know where he is, but he was the only one that looked after me, cared for me, and the care I still had in my heart, and kept me from going completely cold when I was at the Nox. And he's actually the reason I love chess. It was kind of our thing that we did together in a treehouse that we found away from the crew, where they couldn't find. It was like a secret place. So
what happened? Did you, once you came to live in Sunset Valley, did you just fall out of touch with them, or what happened?
It was a little while before that. He left a sign for me the morning that he left to let me know he'd gone, but never said where he went or what happened. I don't know what happened to him, but I know that if he left, it's for good reason.
Well, I don't know all the workings of my abilities, but maybe I'd be able to send a message if you were able to familiarize myself with them as much as you could, and I could try to contact them on your behalf. I'd be willing to give it a shot anyways.
That would be wonderful. If there's a chance he's alive, I'd like to know.
Yes, I'd gladly do that for you, Laryn.
Thank you.
As I stated before, you all are my family now, part of my tribe, as it were, my clan, as if I were back home. And I would do anything for you all. So don't need to worry about that. And I just pull her into like a big brother hug.
I love it.
And
I'd wait for him to smile.
as she leans into it, I say, This is that comfort. And
I'd start to tear up.
You hear... were you going to say something, Laryn?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, thank you, Garr. I'm so glad you're back.
Me too.
When you hear from downstairs, as you hear a loud crash followed by and after about 10 seconds, it stops. And you hear the voice of Breamy yelling up from downstairs, "It's fine, it's fine. Just a little bit of a mishap, but nothing's burning down. At least not that I could tell. You should be fine up there." And then
Perhaps should we go
I look at Laryn like, for a second I thought Mavis had come back, but I haven't opened the door in 10 minutes.
Should we go make sure she's all right? Go check on her.
We could. I'll follow her.
Okay. You guys make your way downstairs, and you see Breamy with 2 metal plates kind of sprawled out on the counter. You saw these before. They made a panini press, even if you don't know what a panini press is. And you see a spattering of cheese all over the counter, some of it on the wall, some of it on the ground, as she looks towards you.
it's not what it looks like. Well, it's exactly what it looks like, but he's gone.
Oh,
Just the panini press, or the bread press. It's good. Yep.
Yeah. It's not exactly how it's supposed to go. It was something that I had made for me, but clearly it's still, Mark II or something like that.
Well,
It's all right.
I've been reading this book, and I pull out the Tinker's book. I picked up a few things. I could look at it.
A Dragonborn? I've never heard of a Dragonborn tinkering. That's very.
I don't usually.
Oh, I mean, I would say you could try, but I'm kind of afraid that it might turn out even worse than this unless I get it to a professional.
I know a professional.
You do?
If he's got the time.
Is he here in Sprocketon? Is he somebody that I know?
He is. He's my friend that came in and registered for the inventory.
Oh, Mavis Shems, he said his name was, right?
Yes.
Ah.
Mavis Shems.
Well, that would be wonderful if he could take a look at it. That would, I'd appreciate it. But
He's up in his room. I could go contact him.
If it's not too much trouble, I know he's practicing for the inventory, and I don't want to interrupt that. That's our most prestigious event, and, I wouldn't want to stop that for anything.
Well, he's not one to just stop something if he's busy. He'd tell me no if he wanted to. So I'll let you know if he could.
All right. Well, thank you. And you don't have to worry about it. You can be up in your room or wherever you are. I'll take care of this promptly.
As she starts pulling out like a small broom, what looks like a dustpan, as she starts scooping up a bunch of like leftover and splashed cheese into it. You guys can make your way back upstairs. And you figure it's been a long enough time by this point to be able to contact them.
We should go in, but one of us should stay out here in case they want to talk for a while. Would you like to see if May is ready and let Mavis know that the lady at the front has an invention that's appropriate?
of course.
Could take a look at. Right. Okay. I'll spend 10 minutes opening the door.
Yep. You guys on the other side, Mavis, would you have made your way downstairs after all of that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say with the various places that you are within the manor, May, after about probably close to an hour actually, manor time, you hear the faded sound of ding, 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 towards the front of the door as you rush out and look towards it, and the light is gently bathing in, and you can hear Gunther call out, "I believe the invention was a success, May."
Yeah. Oh, it sounds so wonderful. I've never had a doorbell before.
It was quite pleasing, was it not? I am quite happy with it.
Ah.
And you see, which one of you are going through?
Laryn.
You see Laryn walk through the front door. All of you guys kind of gathered around, generally close by. The four of you within the foyer of the manor.
Will we be expecting you back soon, or should I have anything ready at a particular time?
I don't know.
Did you say I'm there too?
Hmm?
Or did you say I was there too?
You are there, yes.
Yeah.
All four of you. Garr is back
like-
in Sprocketon.
I feel like we'll definitely be back within the week, but I don't know.
I will likely be back. Oh no, definitely be back in a week, probably in a day or two, maybe.
Would you like anything special made for when you return, or?
No, just not potatoes.
Potatoes.
No, not potatoes.
No, I made sure to never touch potatoes within a 5-foot radius whenever he recommends any or suggests. Okay.
Perfect.
Well,
And yeah, no, I have nothing else.
Well, please let us know, or rather, we will see you when you return.
Who made the
And I point at the doorbell. Or the bell.
That was May's idea.
Isn't it great? Sprocketon's really getting to me, I think.
Me too. I'm excited to go back. Maybe there's hope for you yet.
As you guys...
No, May just has a face of concern as she realizes how loud it's gonna be as soon as she walks through that door.
Wait, how loud it's gonna be?
Oh, by
It's
comparison.
very loud.
And as you walk through the
Oh,
door,
yeah,
Garr on the
yeah,
other side,
okay.
you can already hear outside, a little bit muffled right now, the sounds of everything from rackety gears to steam blowing off from some mechanical engine that's nearby. You can hear very clearly, May, with PTSD, the sound of as the outer ring lifts up.
Hell yeah.
But you guys all find yourselves in the upper room. The door closes, ceiling behind you. What's the plan?
Well, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. I've crunched all the numbers, and I think I can do 2, maybe 3 upgrades, depending on how it goes. I'll definitely do 2, though. It'll take me about 4 days.
Okay. 4 days inside the mountain.
Yes.
Right.
But I can spread that out as necessary. One will take about a day, the other one will take about 3 days, so, however is necessary. You said you wanted to walk around Sprocketon, though. Get to know
Right,
it.
yes.
Yes.
Lay of the land, maybe see if there's anyone that needs assistance with anything. I know that we have funds, but if we're going to be traveling into the Turnite Desert and, well,
I still don't
eventually
even know where
Port
that is.
Dalen, we're going to need some funds.
Yes, I agree.
Zeus, did you
Yeah.
want to
We
handle?
should probably go sooner than later.
Yeah.
You had to see like May and Zaos have the most awkward conversation.
Okay, go what?
It's probably pretty obvious, yeah. There's probably
Zeus and I-
distance.
We're gonna go do something on our own.
We'll be back in a few days.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
I
say
did.
so.
a little trip.
Wait, you're
Like
leaving?
You don't want to see Sprocketon?
No, we do. There's just something we have to do first.
Wow, the need's that
Where,
great, huh?
where are you going?
Just to handle some errands.
Hold up. What's with all the secrecy? I thought we agreed we weren't going to do this anymore.
I understand. We'll see you soon.
We're doing this. The carnival. We are splitting the party, and we need to know why.
Just for a day. It's not really splitting the.
What's within a
Zeus?
day's
I look
travel?
at Zaos.
Sprocket.
What are you doing?
If we could just know, are you at least staying within Sprocketon? Will you be safe?
You're not staying within Sprock. We just got hijacked by bandits on the road. What are you thinking?
But
It's just something we really need to do, and I just gotta cry.
Wait, no.
What just happened?
Zeus and
I
May
think we
exit
just
the
lost
room.
a couple party members.
Yes, we did.
Oh my god.
I break both their the dolls.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna say legs.
Break both their legs.
You thought you were
You're not going
leaving.
anywhere.
The Shems send their regards.
I'm literally sweating. Oh my god.
If they're going to be gone for a couple days, then I guess.
That would give me time to finish up my work.
But we wouldn't be able to do.
Where are
I
they
mean,
even
depending
going?
on the task.
We just lost you. Why would they be leaving?
I don't know.
It must be really important. There
Don't
was a
even have a way
bit
to contact
awkward,
it.
though.
They have no way of contacting us.
I know.
Well,
Well, whatever. It'll give me enough time to finish up my work. So
Oh,
I
Garr,
take it you're. Yes.
you
Oh.
were.
Right. About the thing?
more
Oh, that
secrets.
too.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was there a different thing?
Not having it. Not from you.
No. Oh, go ahead, Laryn. What were you saying?
Your way to communicate with others. Could you use that to contact them?
I could,
That's yeah.
but I don't know
They
if
have
I
no
will.
way of exactly. Plus, they haven't. If they're in trouble, they have no way of initiating that contact. It would require us to contact them first. We have no way of knowing. So, we have no way of worrying about it. There's no point in it. Forget it.
Right. Mavis.
Yes.
The young gnome lady at the front, her sandwich maker thing,
An 80 press?
it exploded. She was wondering if
Exploded?
maybe you'd be able to take a look at it and see if maybe you could piece it back together.
Oh, I'm sure I could. But I want to know what made it explode, because that might be good to remember.
Right. I don't know if it actually exploded. I heard a loud commotion, and we went down there. There's cheese everywhere.
Good enough for me. I'll go check it out.
Right.
Immediately going down.
Okay, Garr and Laryn, are you guys doing anything particular while he's doing
I'm
this?
gonna follow Mavis.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so lost now.
You make your way down. Zaos and May, as you come downstairs and make your way out the front door, you see Breamy kind of wave towards you.
It's fine. It's fine. I swear it's all fine.
As you make your way out.
I'm just gonna look at her concern, but then like realize they're gonna be coming down the stairs soon and just walk out the door. And then as soon as I leave, I'm just gonna turn to Zaos and go, I'm sorry, I panicked. There was just so many questions.
How long do you think it's gonna take? Should we just take Fenye? Just gonna
I
avoid
was just
that.
gonna take Fengay.
Okay.
Okay.
How long?
I think like
How
a day.
far was it?
You-
Traveling just the two of us on Fenye.
With the two of you on Fengay, May, I'd say you can estimate you can probably be back by nightfall.
There and
Back here?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
She?
Yeah, because
Really?
where you were with Garr, you only traveled a few more hours.
No,
and
not
you were,
Garr. We're going back to the past.
Yeah.
We're going
Where-
all the way
where-
back to where the enemies died.
Yeah, but you only traveled a few more hours after that, and then a few hours the next day, right?
Is it really?
I
Oh
guess it
wait,
was
you're
super
you're
late
right.
that day.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah, because that was
Yeah.
part of the day's travel.
And then
Okay,
we
yeah.
don't. We
Yeah.
also the other thing is we also don't have the cart.
Exactly.
It's just
Yeah,
Like,
gonna be
okay,
us
so-
two.
and
okay,
Fengay
yeah.
already
Cool.
has like higher stamina than the average
Sorry,
horse,
I thought
so
it was longer. Okay, so we wouldn't have said a day. We would have said.
it'd
less
be a
than
late
that,
night.
probably.
It'd be a late night,
Yeah.
but you're pretty sure you can get back by nightfall since it's still morning
What the
here.
heck did I?
Okay.
Runs out.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just
so-
gonna go retrieve Fengay and
Yeah,
head
we'll
on
go
over.
do
You
that.
summon him, okay?
I mean, he's still at the stable. Oh wait, no, I
Oh,
did
no,
just.
you
Yeah,
summoned him because we're
Yeah,
gonna be
then
here.
I'm going to take an hour.
Okay, you might not be able to make it back by night. Well, it'd be a late night.
Oh,
You
we
can still do
make
it.
it nightfall.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, it's gonna be
it's gonna be a
late
later
way
nightfall. So, Mavis, you make your way downstairs, followed by Garr and Laryn. You see this contraption that you saw before, this sandwich press, essentially. And it looks, at first glance, like it's not broken. As you see Breamy kind of holding pieces together on top as she takes her hands away.
Look, good as new.
Oh, that's not new.
I
That better
suppose
not
I.
be new.
No, it's really not. I suppose I
I
could
heard
use
you
the-
were in need of assistance.
I am, yes. You mentioned that you're going to the inventory, so it's the perfect thing, I suppose.
Yes, I am.
I take out my wrench, spin it in my hand, and get over there.
Yes, I am.
Breamy's just like,
It's like, little did you know I broke it on
Hey,
purpose.
remember my name.
So, make me a Tinker Tools check with intelligence.
Okay.
Tinker.
I'll make you one.
Tools. Intelligence. That's pretty bad considering my
Okay.
plus,
You take a little bit with it. It takes you the better part of about a half hour to assess what's wrong, another half hour to actually make it right. So a total of about an hour, but over the course of it, it's fascinating the way it's put together, the way you can tell that copper wires and different heat transfer materials have been inlaid into two plates to be able to sear two pieces of bread with something in the middle. Something that you're committed to memory now.
Yes, I did.
But as you take your hands away, a little bit of sweat on your brow, a little bit of cheese on your face from the spattering that had happened before. You take your wrench. Like, I'll help you clean up. You
I
take
use my face for my work.
I'd go face first. You take your wrench back and take a look at the work. She goes up to it, grabs two pieces of bread out from underneath the counter.
This should work. I suppose I shouldn't use cheese this time. Let's just make toast for the first
Here,
one
let
and
me
make sure
help
that.
you.
No, I'm not doing that shit.
It's perfect. Yeah, very Mavis.
Yeah.
She presses it down. You just barely met the DC. And after a couple minutes,
God.
perfectly made toast is on the counter
Is
as she
made.
yeah, as she looks towards you, and you can see there's this look of like wonder and gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you, inventor. I
Absolutely.
very much appreciate it. What section of the inventory did you say you had signed up for?
Both, actually. I am doing the combat section myself, but Garr here is actually going to be debuting another one of my inventions.
Right.
Oh, yes, I heard he was starting his journey towards being an inventor as well. Or at least
Have I
thought.
heard about this? The Tinker book?
No.
No, but Garr said to you that he wanted to learn from you.
Yeah,
Huh.
but you didn't know he purchased a book on it.
He is, huh?
Well, yeah, I told
Yes,
him.
I mean he is, of course. Under my tutelage.
Well, I suppose I'll have to stop by tomorrow then and watch. Not tomorrow, over a week from now, and watch what you've built. And
Oh,
it's
yes,
the
of
least I can
course.
do is gratitude for what you've done. I very much appreciate it.
Absolutely. The name's Mavis Shems. Remember it. You'll be hearing a lot of it.
Maybe Shems, of course. I'll never forget.
And
Does that mean I'm gonna have to call you Master Mavis? You call
That had a very nice
your
name to it, actually.
teacher.
you can call him Sensei.
I actually do like it.
I'm sure you do.
We'll workshop it. We'll see.
Right.
Right. Well,
yes, if they're gonna be gone for a day or two.
exactly. Are we low on any supplies that you can think? Oh, I actually need to get a couple supplies. I need
Paper
copper.
towels. Oh, copper.
Yes, I need a lot of copper.
I know I'll need to sit with you at some point and actually learn the intricacies of the mug.
Absolutely.
So that way I can better display it at the inventory.
You said you wanted to look around town, see if there was anything we could do to make some more money, right?
Yes, but depending on the task that's at hand, if we're not at our full strength, we may not be able to accomplish.
But we can at
things.
least do some footwork and get the information ready for when they do return, if
True.
they do return.
People offering money, you said? There's a job board just outside as you go towards the center ring of Sprocketon. People tend to post things there every once in a while.
Oh, are they
Well, that's very
more
gratuitous.
like mechanical needs, or are they?
No, if there's a mechanical need, there's almost certainly a gnome to fill that need. These are more, things that us tinker gnomes aren't the best at. There's some that have been on there a lot longer than others. One in particular that I haven't seen filled. It stayed on there a long time. But
Is the reward handsome?
if I remember correctly, it was 500 gold pieces.
That's pretty.
That's more than what I have.
But
so, yeah,
we don't get a
that's
whole
pretty
lot of
handsome.
it. We don't get a whole lot of adventurers making their way through Sprocketon. So,
I
you
don't
know.
understand why. It's such a charming city.
I know, right? It's wonderful. Look at the steel and the master craftsmanship, and
And
of
the
course
sounds.
there's the tram on the outside. Yes, the
The
sounds as
tram.
well. It's all wonderful.
As you see this, like,
I just look over at Laryn and sigh. I'm just like,
Just wait until the actual inventory. It's wonderful. It's like you're in a sea of bolts and screws and steel.
I've had dreams of that.
It's truly
It's like a
fascinating.
dream come true.
Well,
Well, thank you for your information.
of
I
course,
plan to see you then at the inventory when I debut.
absolutely. Well, I mean, I'll be in the crowd, but I'll see you there.
Perfect.
you guys make your way outside.
Actually, before I go, just one more thing. You have any more of that drink you gave me from before?
You mean the coffee? Yes, I do.
It's coffee.
It is truly wonderful, isn't it? Most
And
of
how
us gnomes here.
exactly is it made? I'd like to see it.
Well, if I'm not really much for the farming process, but from what I understand, there's a bean. I want to say that a lot of people grow. Some in the Freelands. Some have found
Drink
some.
beans?
Essentially, well, you drink the.
bean juice. Huh?
Well, I don't call it bean juice because coffee is more recognizable, but yeah, bean juice.
Hyper bean juice. I like it. Yes.
Bean juice.
Yes,
but
I would like a cup of that
it's
to go. if
2
possible.
silver.
2 silver, perfect.
Yeah, I dropped it.
Sure. And she goes back and starts brewing bean juice.
Hyper bean juice.
Hyper bean juice. So, excuse me, comes out a couple minutes later and hands you a steaming cup of coffee that is in some sort of travel container. And she says,
You can bring that around Sprocketon. It'd be nice if you bring it back, but honestly, I make these to be disposable. And
Well, I'm guaranteed gonna bring it back because I want more. So thank you.
I'll give you 1 silver off if you bring it back in the same cup.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
It's not
Well,
free
it's
since he
different.
fixed the machine.
Um,
Pardon my. I didn't.
Well,
So
no,
long
no,
as if someone asks who fixed it, you just tell them Mavis Shems.
I'll be certain to do that. It's just, as you can see, there's nobody really here, and the tavern business gets kind of slow until the actual day of the inventory. So,
But on that day, it'll pick up.
maybe I could give you a couple more gold off of your room price.
Well, yeah, I'll accept that.
I mean, it's not this way. I don't have to worry about contacting another inventor outside and perhaps having them overcharge me for assessment.
Really, just the mention is good enough for me. It's notoriety that I'm looking for. Or notoriety that I need.
Make me a persuasion check.
All right. I'm not great at this.
And yet you were the only... Wow, okay.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I'll be sure to tell anyone and everyone that comes through that the sandwiches that are made on this are partially made by Mavis Shems.
Perfect. Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Job board.
He's gonna be known as a sandwich connoisseur now.
No!
Right, yes, job board.
Of Mavis's Mechanical Marbles, in case they ask what the business is. That's the name.
That's the name. Mavis
of course.
I've only said it a dozen times.
Well, to be honest, I don't listen to you after that.
I know.
Only heard it 6 times.
You have been through a lot the past few days. I think there's a pass there.
Yeah.
Mavis, have you ever considered putting your name on some sort of a card to give out to
I
people?
actually have, yes. I didn't ever have the ability to mass produce them, though. And so perhaps there's an invention here, or something that I could make even with the materials here to do so.
Perhaps.
Stamps are a thing, right? Like rubber stamps, like you...
They gotta be.
Maybe...
Yes. Stamps are definitely a thing. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. There would be a way to pay for postage.
You also have the 4 of us to help at least with some of it if you need.
That I do. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that. And flyers even, too. I've thought about that as well. Cards, flyers. Yeah, I think that would do it.
Maybe you could even have Gunther and Eleanor work on it while we're not in the manor to give them something to do.
That is true as well.
Can they manage physical objects like that? I guess she does make us dinner. Yeah.
There's no labor like free ghost labor.
Yeah? I'll remember that saying, I guess. Right, so, job board and cards. I need to find a paper dealer as well. I'm assuming general goods.
It would save you a lot of repeating yourself.
Oh, I don't have to repeat myself at all,
Make it
actually.
easier.
Oh, God.
So, you guys make your way outside. As you open the door, there is... You can see currently a crew cleaning up what looks like an oil spill on the steel floor behind you guys. A couple of spanners standing around, kind of guarding and watching the area. It's alright, it's just a routine oil spill. It'll be cleaned up here soon. No inconvenience necessary.
You schedule your oil spills?
No.
Did I say routine oil spill?
Routine oil spill.
Yep, we're oiling up this area real nice. Move along.
Followed by the routine chemical spills.
Having a routine sickness go through.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Oh damn.
Well, carry on then. Lubricate well.
Oh, lubricate responsibly. Okay, so you make your way back out a little bit more towards the center. You can see that it's kind of like this. Did the music stop?
It
No.
did. Well, were we just laughing so much I didn't hear it? It quieted down so much.
It really
Okay.
did. The laugh just took over. So you make your way out towards this circular tunnel that kind of runs around the entire exterior of Sprocketon. As you make your way back towards where you came from, where the entrance was, there's a massive tunnel that leads towards the actual open center area, which now that you have a bit of a closer look, Mavis, you can see there is a large arena set up in the center of the bolt. It's kind of raised a couple steps off of the ground, and there are stands along the outside. You can see actually engraved in very fine craftsmanship a hanging steel plate towards like the end of this tunnel as you enter this central area that says Sprocketon, home of the inventory. And it's just you can tell this is where it all happens. As you make your way a little further down, there's not a whole lot of foot traffic right now, with the exception of the routine oil spills that go on. You look to your right side, and you can see there is a board As you get
Oh,
closer,
nice.
you see there are a few posts on it, and the one that make me a perception check for anybody looking at.
There's only one that says how much it pays. I'm taking that one.
Make me a
you said
perception check.
Okay.
Why is there new text there?
Perception check from everyone that's...
If you're looking at the board. Oh, wait, actually, this is written in Gnomish.
Gnomish?
So
All
only...
of it?
Hey.
Oh, actually, for this, you wouldn't need to know anyway. Yeah, make me a perception check. Garr and Laryn, if you're looking at the board at all.
Is it? Oh, let's go, Laryn.
All right. So, Mavis, you are... you are currently too invested in determining which one of these you should actually look towards. Laryn, the thing that stands out to you is that two of these look pretty new. The one on the right and the one in the bottom center. The one in the upper left looks like it has dust collecting on it. It looks like it's been on here longer. But other than that, you can't read what it says. That's the only thing you can really tell by looking at this first glance.
What about the hidden message that keeps moving?
You think you see that.
Oh, nice. Well, we can supply those.
But Laryn definitely sees it. No. So yeah, but with that in mind, Mavis, what are you doing with the information here?
There's only one that says the reward exactly, and it's 500. So I grabbed that one.
Okay. As
And-
you reach up to grab the plank off the wall, you see one of the spanners kind of motion out.
No. That's not how it works here. You just, if you're looking to fulfill one of these, requests on the job board, you just go down. Well, you're gonna want to go to Jorn's workshop for that. It's in the northeastern portion of Sprocketon of the Bolt.
You say Joan?
Joran.
Joran.
Yes, Joran. He's been here a while. But
Okay,
once it's fulfilled, you come back, you let one of us know, we'll take it off there so nobody else can fulfill it.
And you said where exactly in town is that?
He kind of gestures off in a northeastern direction. You don't really have the sun, so you can't tell for sure, but based off of what you remember.
You can cross through the center of the Bolt in order to get there.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
How long has this one been here exactly?
This one's been here a
For a
while.
while.
If I'm not mistaken, several months.
Do you have any idea as to what it is?
I haven't
This
asked him about it.
dangerous item? No? Okay. Well, I'll ask him about it then.
Yes, I believe that would be for the best, and not a whole lot of us around here are, adventurers. A lot of tinkerers in this town. A lot of tinkerers.
Nothing to be ashamed of there. Thank you.
You could also perhaps look into this magic shop opening. I'd imagine there'd be quite a good reward for escorting magic goods, as they are quite expensive from what we learned from our windy friends.
If you're looking for that one,
There and he kind of gestures a little bit more towards the northwestern side.
it's a new magic shop opening up, run by humans. It's unusual for humans to really set up a shop in a gnomish town, but the magic shop there less. Personally, I don't think they'll get a whole lot of traction. But you never know.
Maybe
Magic shop.
check it out.
Okay. These mushrooms though.
I don't know
Excuse
anything
me.
about mushrooms.
I know about these ones.
I pull out of my bag the glowing mushroom that we found in the cave where we found the first memoriam.
I don't know if maybe these are the ones he's looking for. But
I mean, we could. It doesn't hurt to ask
yeah, why
about
not?
all of these, and
We
then
have
we
9
can decide
days.
what we want to do.
I just need 4 days in the
You
manor.
do get some of these fulfilled every once in a while. In fact, I expect that one to probably not be on there for very long. Inspecting
shit.
mushrooms? Inspecting mushrooms, probably just about anybody's all right with doing. The magic shop, yeah, they probably won't succeed. Probably, who knows though, maybe.
Oh, sorry.
I know, I just saw that. I'm like, I love it so much. Hi, Yoshi.
Right, so first Joran's workshop, and then the magic, and then the mushrooms. We'll go in that order. Can you point me to the other two here? We're gonna check them all out.
I believe the Fizzle's botany,
As he kind of reads it off of the card.
You
should be in
buttersnap.
the same general area as the new magic shop opening up. I don't think they have a name yet. I really don't want to call it new magic shop. That's going to get very repetitive.
It's a horrible name.
It is, and won't attract anybody.
No, it won't. Not at all. There's nothing majestic about it.
No.
Right. Okay. So, the other, you said it's on the other
Northeastern
side of
side, just across there. You can cross through
Perfect.
the vault if you want to.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Thank you.
And as you guys make your way towards the northeastern side, we're going to take a bathroom break.
You.
All right.
Also, who put Biddy's dong on my bed?
Biddy, oh, who put Biddy's dog on your bed? I did that. Biddy wrote the text on the board though. I turned my camera off because our printer started going, so I knew she was coming in here.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
And I was like, oh, look, notice board, because she was literally walking out. She's like, oh, can I type on it? I'm like, no. I was like, actually, you can.
That's amazing. Oh, all right,
So-
chat. We'll be back shortly.
Bye.
See you in a bit. Hello, chat. How are y'all doing? Well, I'm back. We're gonna wait for the others to come back, and then we'll resume. Starge, how are you doing, man? Sorry, I don't address Twitch chat when I'm doing D&D, so I pretty much just like take any opportunity to type in chat in between. But otherwise, I try and let everybody, do the roleplay and not get them out of the story immersion. But hey, I hope you're having a good time, in spite of the fact that I'm sure it's confusing that it's D&D, and now even another new story. One that's not one you've even had any time to catch up on. So hopefully it's still a good time, though. I got you a clip from Perfect Timing. Oh, no. Let's see. Oh, no.
That killed me, man. That was amazing.
Oh, I did not even realize what I was saying. There is bean juice. Yes, thank you, Sarge, for the reminder.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm sure it's extremely confusing.
But also, like, oh my god. Sorry, not sorry. We can just have fun with it. It's just hysterical.
Big facts.
Excuse me. Oh, damn. Zor, how's your night going, my friend? How are you doing?
Oh,
Oh.
oui. What?
I agree.
Who am I? I'm Rachel.
Wow.
Rachel. Oh.
Rachel?
I thought you meant with the French accent. I was like, what?
Yes, Rachel has a
not
French
sure.
accent. Do you know your own sister has a French accent?
Oh,
Have you been
yes.
living with her this whole
Sorry.
time?
I know. No, it's not
No.
something we tell people very often. She is part French. You
I
shouldn't
just
confuse
realized
her.
my camera's like weirdly tilted. Hold on.
Oh.
It's
Not
tilting.
for a well-versed D&D veteran like me. Of course, Sarge. I wouldn't expect any of us to truly understand the level of D&D that you bring to the table
peasants.
and the dice rolls that come with it.
we
Addicted to
go.
New World. Holy damn, nice. All right.
Nice.
I'm still debating about playing that.
I've
I
heard a
haven't
lot of
seen
people.
anything on it. I need to look at it.
I
I
haven't
also
either.
kind of want to send my prep notes to Bit because I'm pretty sure I read about 80% of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I was surprised at how much I did pull from.
Yeah. No, that was on point. That was a really good conversation.
I shared less than I thought I was going to, but
Yeah. No, but still good.
There is some key things that I kind of wish I did say, but it's fine. For the most part, everything went the direction that I wanted it to. So
I mean, we'll probably talk about it on this very long journey that we have together.
That was hysterical.
Just you and me.
Section that says,
The two of us.
I have a section that says, if May and I end up traveling, here's some more conversation pieces.
Nice.
Right.
Oh, just you, me, and Fengay sounds like an album title.
Where's that symbol at,
On the
man?
road again with the Penye.
What? What? What?
Oh.
Oh, you're hip. Okay.
Oh, cool. Zaos just goes full frat guy.
Chad! You're currently shirtless on a beach.
Oh yeah.
Drinking beer.
Zaos is shirtless though. That's the thing. I
He
forgot.
is. Yep.
Oh my god.
He never wears a shirt. Oh man, that's amazing.
Oh my gosh.
It has cat. Oh, cat gone.
I legit
Kat.
panicked though. They were like so many secrets, and I was like, I have to get out of here.
Yeah. Giraffes, Zaos and giraffes
It was
about.
not my stuff to share.
Because I couldn't get a clear mind because all I was doing is laughing.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Like, I don't
Maybe
know.
just seeing Zaos stand there like, so he's like, what's going on, man?
And then May's just like, bye.
That was hysterical. Oh my
It's
god.
amazing.
Just the amount of like innuendos and
The thing is, just like I felt like we talked, we prepped and everything, and then we walked out. We're all like, I wasn't ready for this.
That's literally D&D. That's what we're
Everything
learning.
May does sounds like a sexual innuendo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Zaos are just. Well, the thing is, it's like, first off, I asked you to go to my room.
Yeah.
And then we come back out,
Yep.
and we're rolling off.
Yeah.
Y'all meditated together.
Oh damn.
And Zaos, without any context, basically just hooked up and then are running off together. We're never gonna see again.
Immediately eloping. Peace. It's just
Oh my gosh.
We're riding off into the sunset together.
That's true.
Literally.
That's literally
We are
true.
going west.
Wait, you're going west. You're right. You're literally riding off into the sunset. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Oh, I love it.
All right.
I had my timing off because I thought we started at 6, but nope. I forgot.
Forgot.
Yeah, you forgot.
Hi.
Oh, I love
Can I help you?
May's jumpiness at all of the different mechanical things in Sprocketon.
It's like my IRL jumpiness, though. I hate sudden loud noises with the
Oh,
cat.
that's right.
My
yeah.
mom dropped her iPad on the table right next to me, and I just like stared at her like blankly for like 30 seconds, and she was
The
like,
table?
are you okay? And I was like, uh-huh. My adrenaline just like fucking pops off, and it's like, you're about to die.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, it's just a loud noise, and then it takes like 30 seconds for my adrenaline to like disperse
Yeah.
my blood.
Oh man. It's such an interesting dynamic though, because
May
like
is not kinky Jess. Sorry.
Well, we don't know that. Yeah, it's just
She's not!
Oh no, the cams are
She's innocent!
the cams are all
Yeah.
Wait, backwards?
Backwards.
What?
Oh, you mean like people aren't in their right spots? Is that what you mean?
Oh.
Because yeah,
Yeah.
if,
Oh, yeah.
if Nick disables his camera,
I'm
everyone's
sorry.
off.
Yeah.
Same happens to me.
Yeah, I'm May now.
I'm surprised no one's made something to pull them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I want is an option from Discord to not rearrange based on camera activity. Just keep them
Yeah.
in their alphabetical order.
That
That's
would be ideal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, I guess we just continue to chill with chat until people are back. Well, actually,
Rachel.
I guess while they're heading that direction, we could just jump to. Is there anything
Zaos?
for May and Zaos? Yeah, that you guys are doing in particular. Why am I like running at 3 frames a second? What the hell?
You really are.
Yes.
You can see. Okay, sure.
You look like you just casted a spell.
Yeah, probably.
Not the druid.
I think the spell was oh bitch. I think the spell was.
Were y'all summoning me? Is that...
Yeah. So, actually, with the way everything's going, let's go ahead and continue with Laryn, Garr, and Mavis. You guys make your way to the northeastern portion of, and I am working on a map for this, but I was working on other maps more so. So,
no worries.
You make your way to the northeastern portion of the bolt. Make me an investigation check for anybody that's looking for this in particular. Actually,
or
it'd be written in Gnomish, so Mavis would be the only one to be able to look for it.
Investigation, you said?
Yeah, Joran's workshop is what you're looking for. Oh, yeah. Pretty easily, as you make your way through the kind of interconnected tunnels that form the insides of this bolt, you eventually find yourself in what looks like a strip mall, maybe, alongside this row of other like buildings that are built into the bolt itself. One sign in particular that's hanging down a little bit lower on one side, like it's not perfect. Actually, you can tell, Mavis, that it looks kind of run down compared to the other stuff. And you see just a hanging sign that says Joran's workshop.
Ah, there it is. The one that's kind of crooked. Let's go.
Oh, perfect. I
All
hope
right.
not everything in this town is written in Gnomish. Very difficult to get around without you.
Was the job board? You said it was indeed a Gnomish.
The job board? Oh, actually, the one for hired protection would have been in common.
Hmm.
Oh.
But other than that, the other two would have been in Gnomish.
Well, at least one thing was in common so far. So,
Right,
but either way,
if
you will
weren't
have
here,
around. So,
You're
Go ahead,
going to be in the workshop, well, in your workshop for 4 days. So
yeah. Well, they're going to be going during that time anyway, so we're likely not going to be traversing too much of the town. But we have 9 days. So, I'm in there for 4, which is 2 out here, and then we have 7 days out here. A week to do what we need to.
what?
A lot of numbers, I know.
Yeah.
Give it time.
Yep.
So you guys make your way inside.
Lead the way, Mavis.
As you open the door to the workshop, you can see that it looks, how to describe it? It looks like there are old, like, workbenches, tools, perhaps an anvil in one corner, all with cloth laid over them. About 80% of this workshop almost looks like it's shut down. The other 20% looks like there are papers sprawled out in various locations. It looks relatively well kept. It just looks like only portions of it are being used. As you see, a gnome currently sitting at a small desk off to the side with a lit lantern, a bunch of papers kind of sprawled out. It looks like he has graying hair. And the thing that you notice is that his right hand doesn't bend. His fingers don't bend at all. It's currently stuck like this.
Does it look? Is it gloved up?
It's not gloved up. It's perfectly out. But as he's kind of writing on this paper with his left hand, you can see his right hand is just sitting on the desk next to him, kind of like this.
Hi there.
Oh, sorry, I was in my thoughts. Hello, I'm Joran Rabbledibble. Yes.
I don't actually laugh. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
He just takes it in stride.
What did you just say to me?
My name. My name.
Jordan Rabbledibble.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Mavis Jones.
Sorry.
These are my
don't-
associates, Garr Zarash and Laryn.
What can I do for you on this today? Don't know what use you'd have coming into a workshop that's been closed down for a
Question
while.
is, what can we do for you? We saw your mission on the job board.
Oh, you're here about that?
As he kind of like stands up from his desk.
Are you native to Sprocketon?
No, not really
Not-
anywhere close. But I've always wanted to go ever since I heard about it, like a month ago.
So, am I to understand correctly that you are adventurers then?
Yes.
This might just be perfect then. Allow me to introduce myself formally. As you've heard, my name is Joran Rabbledibble. I'm originally from, well, some mountains nearby that are outside of Sprocketon. Recent resident of Sprocketon myself. But, as you probably
Isn't
have...
it wonderful?
Well, I would say yes. But as you can see,
He kind of raises his hand.
at one time was an inventor. nowadays I only try to think up inventions and perhaps look for, well, other people that can build them. A partnership, you see. Not what I used to be. And that's where, well, my request comes in.
He kind of pulls out a couple chairs from alongside the walls and sets them out for you guys. You can see they're pretty small.
Just looking around at the state of things, does it look like he can afford to pay 500 gold for this job?
Make me an intelligence check here, because I know what you're getting at.
He's scamming. We'll kill him if he's scamming.
Is it insight? What is
I have another body to bury.
Well, oh yeah, probably
That's
more
illegal.
wisdom. Yeah, go and make an insight check. You are
insight?
currently inciting the
Bury
room.
him after.
11.
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell. You can't really tell one way or the other.
But it looks a little run down in here.
It doesn't look run down. It looks closed down.
Yeah, you said it was actually well kept inside.
Yes, it actually looks fine inside. It's like
Yeah.
intentionally laid cloth over everything. There's not cobwebs hanging all around. It just looks like intentionally shut down.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah. But he does pull out chairs for each of you. He looks up at you, Garr.
I'll
Give me the
stand.
slightly...
It's
Are you certain? I want to make sure all my guests feel comfortable.
I've spent quite a bit of time on my back recently. I'd rather stand.
Of course. Well, I will not enforce it. So, I'm sorry. How rude of me. What is your name, miss? I must know the people that are, well, wanting to embark on such a mission.
He's asking me?
Yeah.
Laryn.
Laryn, and yours, Sir Dragonborn.
As my small compatriot said it before, I'm Garr.
My apologies. It's been a long day. Still, well,
Are you
Alright,
alright?
people only hear half what I say sometimes. So.
yes.
Laryn, make me an insight check.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not great.
Here.
We're counting up though.
Why am I hearing two different musics?
I don't know.
There
That's
are
what
two
you get.
songs playing. There's supposed to be two songs playing, though, right?
The second one should be at 0 volume. Let me just close it just in
Okay.
case.
I restarted.
Okay. That's what you can glean, Laryn.
Okay. Alright.
Where was I? My apologies. So,
He said, you used to be an inventor, and now you can't, because...
yes, well, the circumstances of what gave me this. You see, I used to have a workshop outside of town up in the nearby mountains. They don't really have a name, but I have a map to them to be able to guide you there should you accept. I would work at that workshop inventing things that would make this world... Well, they would be well known, I will tell you that. And I've left some of my schematics there. The majority of my schematics, to be completely honest. And I would retrieve them myself, but I'm no adventurer, and the circumstances that have made me need to leave are that, well, a rock has moved into the mountain.
Oh,
A rock?
let's know what a rock is, dude.
Make me
Do
history
you-
checks if you...
Like limestone, or...
Oh, no, a very large, bird-like creature. Some believe that they are descendant of, well, other beings that perhaps mix to make it larger than normal because of its massive and majestic size.
Would something like that be... Would they live out in, like, the Hollow Fjord? A large bird of prey?
That's kind of what I'm like. Go ahead and make a history check.
I definitely don't know.
Now that I think about it.
But the main thing is you might have heard stories being a sailor. No, you didn't. You never heard a single story. You're pretty sure he's talking about solid limestone right now.
I shouldn't have reloaded.
Yeah, you're pretty sure he meant another boulder moved into the mountain.
It made its nest quite near to my house and was very protective of the eggs that it laid there and saw me as a threat. I barely got out with my life and, well, left me this because of it. So, I am unable to invent, but I am still able to use my mind to help others invent and perhaps sell my inventions, schematics, and what I've made along the way.
How large is this creature?
gargantuan. It's entirely, to be completely honest with you, and this is why nobody has taken me on this job, a wingspan of easily 100 feet when fully outstretched. It probably stands about 20 to 25 feet high. It is both majestic, dangerous, and to be respected. I don't want it killed by any means. In fact, if possible, I would like for some brave adventurers to enter and simply retrieve my schematics unharmed, unscathed.
So, like, if we had the ability to, say, disappear with dust or something, we could sneak in.
Supposedly, yes. Do you know of such things to be able to perform?
Yeah, I
this
really
magic?
do. Unfortunately, we don't have it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, not wonderful that you don't have it, but perhaps if you could find some on your adventuring on your way.
That would be really nifty.
This is D&D.
Now you can listen to Zaos.
But that is the nature of my request. We don't get many adventurers traveling through Sprocketon, and because of it, well, I don't get anybody fulfilling this request, especially when it's simply to retrieve schematics for an aging gnome that doesn't even know how to tinker anymore.
Well, you never forget. It's just...
No, and if I had use of my dominant hand, it wouldn't be a problem. But my mind is still intact, believe
Have
you
you
me.
ever had it looked at?
Yes, but there are not many physicians here within Sprocketon.
I know of a few.
I don't know if there's anything I'd be able to do, but I could take a look if you would allow me a moment.
Of course, are you some sort of healer?
He kind of puts his hand forward gently towards you.
Somewhat. Can I just get a general sense of if it looks like things have been broken, if it's paralyzed, like what's going on?
Make me a medicine check. Ooh, damn.
Nice.
Taking his hand gently in your clawed, scaly hands, you kind of begin running your fingers over it, trying to be gentle, feeling each of the different fingers in his hand, the bones, the general structure, making sure that nothing is trying to assess the situation. And it seems like all of the bones are perfectly intact. It doesn't appear broken. Probably some form of paralysis, but you don't know what it would be linked to exactly. It could be something else that's causing it as well, but you can't determine the exact nature.
Muscle damage? Or...
Probably a combination, of something muscular.
With that, would I
like
be
a
able
withered-
to determine if something that I could do, like lesser restoration or something like that, would be able to fix?
Link me lesser restoration again?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
It says paralyzed.
Yeah, it does say. Interesting. Go ahead and... You know what? Are you attempting this?
Well, I'm. That's why I'm asking, right? It's like with the medicine check, is it like, oh, with this type of paralysis, maybe I could use lesser restoration.
With the medicine check, you think that, I mean, it fits the bill for paralysis. It would be worth a shot.
Okay. Yeah, I'll. Well, without knowing the full extent of your injury, just from what I can see here, I can attempt some sort of healing magics, if you'd allow me.
Of course. I mean, anything, really. I'm open to suggestion.
And I will just hold on to his hand, and I'll lay my other hand over it.
Okay.
And just kind of close my eyes for a second and kind of think on Melora and the soothing, warming natures of like the beach and those warm waters, trying to put that energy into his hand.
Okay. I like it. As you place your hand over his, you can see the you can feel this warmth emanate from your hands, almost like traveling through, creating a current between that travels through his hand. As you take your hands away, you see him.
I don't feel any different. Would it be right away?
Typically with this sort of thing, you'd see some sort of immediate response, but maybe not full recovery. Can you move any of the fingers at all?
Let me try. Did any of them move? I didn't see any of them move.
Move?
No.
It's
Entirely possible that it's, and now that he actually holds his hands up, you can see down his wrists, or like probably somewhere where the skin was laid open at one point completely, like claw marks that have sealed back up, creating this almost like scabbed and scarred nature to his skin.
So, seeing that, I'm gonna assume it's like muscle and tendon damage instead of
That's a good assessment.
paralysis. Right. Yes. That. Well, it was worth a shot. Unfortunately,
I appreciate the attempt. One day, perhaps. But until then, if I could get my hands on my schematics, well, perhaps I could still be an inventor through another.
Yeah. Exactly. So, along those notes, I myself am an adventurer.
You are?
Sorry, an inventor.
You said your name was Mavis Shems.
Mavis Shems, yes. You'll probably be hearing the name of it a little bit later. I'm going to be debuting at the inventory in 9 days or so. And
Really?
I plan to eventually spread my inventions all throughout the world, just like as you had said.
Which segment, if I might ask?
Both, actually. I myself am gonna be debuting in the combat section, but my associate here, Garr, is gonna be debuting another one of my inventions at the common.
Combat? Perhaps you are the perfect people for this. I mean, like I said, I don't want you to harm the rock, but if it's possible that you could go there and escape unscathed, well, this might be perfect. This might be just what I
It's
need.
never really been our specialty, but well, there's time for everything. So
we'd have to discuss with the other members.
Yeah, of course.
It's definitely not something
I mean,
do on our own.
Laryn, you pretty stealthy, so
Out of all of us, she'd be the one to be able to get in and get out, but I don't want to leave her
Well,
No,
defenseless.
He reaches into like a side pocket and pulls out a key that looks like it hasn't seen use in a while. It's kind of dusty on it, and he hands it, kind of gestures towards you, Laryn.
You're going to need the key if you want to get in. I locked it last second and sort of just left everything as was.
Understood. Is there a time limit on getting these schematics for
No,
you?
no, you're under no contract, no obligation. The job board that I posted it on was more out of an act of desperation. They're filled when necessary, just for...
well, this is necessary.
It's necessary, but it may be outside our wheelhouse. Well,
It's
we're
just
not
like-
saying no, but we're...
If I lost my life's work, I don't know what I'd do.
I'm still adjusting, but I'm certain I will be all right on the other side. And like I said,
yeah,
with my schematics, and don't worry, the 500 gold pieces, like I said on the job board, will be yours. I made a lot of money before when I actually invented, and sort of saved it as soon as I lost use of my hand. So, I became a researcher since then. I research everything, anything I can get my hands on, history, lore, legends, you name it, and well, perhaps I can bring some of those to light and help other adventurers along the
The
way.
light, you say? Do you so tire of the ceaselessness of it?
Pardon? The ceaselessness of...
Okay, never
You
mind.
so tired of ceaseless light?
No.
Okay.
Well, in here, it's ceased already. Although I do go outside to be able to see it every once in a while. It's nice to be able to see the sunset.
He's clean.
Uh,
Well, if there is, only reason I ask is if there's anything we can do to help you, we'd be glad to. I just don't know how long it might take.
Of course, that's completely fine. As I
For
said,
500 gold and recovering schematics, I'm in, but we'll talk with the others.
Yes.
yes,
Well,
we'll see. If
I-
if it turns out we're unable to do what you ask, we'll return the key.
Oh, yes,
of course. To be completely honest, I handed it over without a second thought. I have no need for it anymore. But something tells me that if anybody can do it, well, just bring the key back if you decide not to. Yes, that'd be good.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rabdiddle.
Rabble-dibble.
Rabble-dibble. Yes, Jorn Rabble-dibble.
Thank you.
And thank you.
And he goes up and kind of takes your hand in both of his hands. It's a little bit of a strange sensation with one of them like sprawled open and the other one grasping your hand. And he just gives you like a subtle nod.
Well, you'll know where to find me. I'll be here.
Very well.
Perfect. Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
And he goes
Very nice
back
to meet you.
And you as well, Laryn, I believe.
That is correct.
And Garr.
Yes.
Not often I see a dragonborn here.
Scoots his chair up and resumes what he was writing.
We walk out.
Yeah.
Unless you guys.
No.
Okay.
As we walk to the next place, Mavis.
Yeah.
I know what this would mean to you to help this man.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell. But honestly, a creature I've never heard of such a thing, but something with a wingspan of 100 feet. That's quite dangerous.
I know. We fought some dangerous things before, though. I'm sure we can
Yes.
find a way to get away from it. I mean, we stepped into the abyss for a time, and saw some things that were a lot scarier than that. So,
Well, yes, we didn't fight them, though.
I know. We fought the
Well-
hellhounds, though.
We did.
As you pointed out, Mavis, I suppose I could try to sneak in, so we may not have to fight it at all.
My curiosity is if we could find some way to conceal you better. And, you know, I think I actually might just have a way to do that.
You
Give me a
do?
night. Give me a
Okay,
night.
very
I think
well.
we can do it.
The other thing that he would have handed you, assuming that you were accepting and said to bring back, was the map that he talked about. It's sort of a crudely drawn, like, personal map that shows a general structure of a mountain range nearby, with like a path winding through.
He handed that to just me?
He would
Or
have
to
handed
all?
that to you, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe our compatriots would know more about this creature as well. We can ask them their thoughts when
yeah.
we see them next.
It'd be good to gather as much intel as possible, but it's like looking at my own potential end in the face. That's not a way I'd want to end.
True, but it's besides the sentimental value of the schematics, it seems he's come to terms with no longer
that's
being an
it.
inventor.
The schematics. What's he have on there? He said he could maybe work through another. I'm another. I can make them.
True.
We get joint credit.
So something you're actually interested in is joint credit.
I don't know. Recently, I've been interested in a lot of things I never expected to be.
Turning a new leaf. I see.
Like
Just a lot of things.
like.
Conversation for later with you, Garr.
Oh.
I actually have a few questions.
Right. Men talk.
Yeah.
And I just kind of wink at Laryn and nudge her. Make our way to the magic shop then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I thought you were saying that to Josh. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Kinda,
you guys make
Yeah.
your way that direction. Zaos and May, is there anything you guys are doing over the course of the next 6 hours or so on your way to the site?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
I guess.
You find yourselves on the same dirt road that you were on before. After about probably an hour of travel, depending on how long you want to wait for this, the terrain slowly becomes less and less rocky, a little more grassy, alternating between rolling hills and flat steps. You can see off in the far distance. No, you wouldn't be able to see that from here. The road itself kind of just this continuous dirt path curves over the hills. It's a very beautiful journey. And you can see the sun still high in the sky. The wind kind of flowing through your hair as you ride on Fenge.
How tall is May?
About
I'm
5'6". Yeah.
I'm a tall character for once.
Yeah.
In my book.
So she's
You're
about 6
5'6"
inches
tall.
taller than you.
Oh my. Am I 5 foot? Yeah, I am
Yep.
5 foot. Okay, the real question is, am I sitting in front of you or behind you?
If you're 5 feet tall, honey, you're gonna be in front of me.
Yeah. All right. So, You can feel the strength in
you can be
Fenge.
wherever you want to be.
Yeah,
someone
I
have a foot.
don't know, whatever works. It doesn't really matter, but I was just curious.
So, but yeah, that's what you see
Yes.
on your journey here currently.
All right. Hey May,
Yeah.
do you know when Gar's birthday is?
I don't think so. Why?
I was just thinking after seeing him leave and come back to this world. It'd be nice to celebrate his time here. And probably for all of us.
I mean, we can always ask once we get back.
Yeah.
Get everybody's birthdays written down on a piece of paper.
Not a bad idea. I bet Eleanor would love to decorate for that.
Oh, certainly. And probably bake a cake, too.
Yeah. She can make whatever she wants. We can make a cake that looks like Gar's head.
For Gar's birthday?
Well, or we can make.
I think
hold
we
on.
should make one that looks like a fish.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I could probably do that.
What's Melora's symbol?
You've seen it plenty of times. You don't even have to make a history check. You've seen it plenty of times on Gar's Warhammer, and on the actual pendant. Well, it's on the pendant that hangs at the end. It's a wave that almost appears in this circular formation, like rolling back on itself.
It's like, maybe if we do a circular cake with a fish in the middle, and then we could do like Melora's symbol around on the edge.
Possibly. Although, I haven't really checked in with Garr to see where he stands with Melora recently.
True. I just kind of figured since she brought him back and all, they'd be on better standings, but...
I mean, sometimes I think the gods seem to do things for you, but they're really just doing things for themselves. So I don't really know where they stand.
So, what you're saying is they're no better than us.
Possibly.
I like to
Can't
see
say
it
for
that
certain,
way.
though. Is there anything else on your mind?
No, I don't think so. I think if their bodies are still there, laying them to rest will be a good thing for my conscience. It's just, I kind of see it as if I had others that knew I was the one that passed, and knowing that their body was put to rest, I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
They probably had families too.
You're right, and I'm honestly really glad that we're going back.
Off we ride.
During the entirety of it, I'm assuming you're having Fenge go at a pretty fast pace to be able to make good time. So the consistent clattering of hooves along the dirt ground for the next probably 4 hours of travel, considering the pace here. No, it'd probably be closer to 5 or 6. With that in mind, back in the city of Sprocketon. It's a good thing I'm slowly gathering a music collection. Thank you for the find on the Sprocketon song. So, you guys make your way towards the northwestern portion of Sprocketon. Where are my notes? Found it. You can see that there... Yeah, I know, right? I did that before he brought in the character. So that's a thing. It's Zalir, but yes, it's Zalir.
Wait, what?
One of the months, his name's Zalir.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. So, you guys make your way to the northwest portion, where... Actually, I'd say you wouldn't even really need a perception check for this, because those of you that speak Common, you see a sign that stands out from the rest because it's written in Common, that just says Magic Shop, and it looks like it's not engraved into a like metal plate yet. It's almost like somebody workshopping. It's like setting up a billboard outside of a shop when all of the rest are like permanent fixtures. And you can see actually an assortment of items sitting outside, crates that are sealed that are sitting outside like somebody's moving in.
You know who would have been good here? Zaos. He knows a lot about these sorts of things.
Magic shops?
Yeah, just magic in general.
Yeah. Fair. What was it that was?
Where could we have gone?
With escort. We did escort them.
Right. Well, let's head in and meet the individual.
So, you guys open the door to the inside, which, again, it looks about the same inside as it does outside. It's relatively unset up. There's just nothing but a counter at one end, no furniture along the outside, very little decoration, some curtains along the windows that see into this place, but beyond that, that's it. There are crates, some of which are open. Some of them have an assortment of gems inside.
Are you telling me the Arlen Jamble's shop is in shambles?
You know what? Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Arlen Jamble's magic shop in shambles. That's what you're seeing right now. And you see a human individual, glasses on his face, kind of like a little bit of like shaggy black hair, dark hair, currently carrying a crate of something from one end of the room to the other. You can see him somewhat struggling. He doesn't look very well built overall. He takes it from like one side of the room over to the other and pops the top off of it.
Oh, hi, visitors.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Arlen Jambles.
Hello,
Pleasure to meet you,
Mr.
Arlen.
Jambles.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Mavis.
Sorry,
Mavis
we're
Jambles.
still in the process of, getting everything set up, but trust me, it'll be...
Which is why we're here.
Is
That's
that
all
the
your
actual name?
notice.
I'm sorry?
Just before we get out to anything, is this the actual official name of your shop? Magic shop?
No, not even a little bit. My
okay.
brother takes care of the naming of things, and he's not exactly here yet, and, I'm just, he kind of presses his glasses forward, doing what I can to set up here until he gets here.
Is that what the escort quest is?
Yes, he's a little further east. He was originally in, the Gildeth, I believe it was called. We went from there to here. We've been gathering all sorts of different materials and different things like that to be able to properly open the magic shop at the right time. But we're both originally from the city of Rand, actually, officially. That's where most magic items sort of come from. And we figured, well, with all of the different, rock gnomes here and their marvelous inventions, as he kind of gestures towards you very, nervously, Mavis, maybe it'd be a good addition. A lot of people don't seem very too keen about that, but it's always a risk, I suppose.
Have you met much resistance?
I wouldn't call it resistance very much. More like how do I say? Not acceptance. Not a whole lot of people are very enthusiastic. It's kind of like we're just a bump in the road. No, not even rejection. It's more a lack of acknowledgement that we're even here at all. But I'm sure it's just because we're just getting started, and it'll probably change in time.
Absolutely. How much were you planning on paying those to help the escort?
So money's a little tight right now. So money's not really something that I can, do. But, and he opens up this crate next to him, and pushes it forward just a little bit. I do have a few items that might be something you're interested in. This one here, as he lifts out this javelin, that kind of goes in this sort of zigzag back and forth pattern towards the end. I believe this is called the Javelin of Lightning. It's very, very nice item, a magic item actually. Of course, just be careful. It's quite volatile. He gently places it down in your hand.
All the time.
It looks like a very well made javelin, but the spear point edge of it is like this zigzag lightning bolt shape.
I'll cast Identify on it. Pull my goggles out to.
Casting Identify. Hold on. I lost myself. Okay, you're gonna have to ignore some of it. But in your item directory, Nenton, you can see 5e items.
Yep.
It's the 5th tab.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, 5e items, Javelin of Lightning.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there's where you can see all the properties about it. And as you kind of wave your hands over it and summon the brain-powery science that you're so used to, suddenly you open your eyes and you know everything there is to know about it.
It's also in the SRD. So.
Actually,
True.
impressively crafted.
Yes,
Garr.
yes, this is one of my, well, it's a very fine piece.
Indeed. Garr, I've seen you throw javelins before. Would this be something that interests you?
Do occasionally.
It looks like
Potentially, yes. Is this the only item that you're offering as payment? Or...
Well, you see, I'm willing to part with one of a few. You can have your choice, of course, but only one. I, of course, need inventory in order to properly open. He opens up another crate, and you can see a few smaller items now. One of them looks like a couple monocles, kind of. These right here are eyes of the eagle, I believe they're referred to. Allow you to see a lot easier, a lot better, a little bit further, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I didn't really do a whole lot of research into it, but another one here, as he kind of places them back in, you see him pull out this medallion that looks like it has, say, the engraving of an eye on it. As he kind of lets it hang from this chain. This is, what did they call it? Oh, what did he call it? Medallion of Thought. Ironic. And it's something that is supposed to, if you believe in these sorts of claims, which you should, magic items do all sorts of things, allow you to read someone's mind. Possibly. Stronger minds might resist, but it is an option. Yes, someone's...
it allows you access to someone's mind.
Not their deep, most innermost thoughts, really just what's on their surface.
What can you do
of
while
their
you're
mind.
in there? Just read it or change it?
As far as I know, you can only just kind of feel what the person is feeling, hear their thoughts on the surface.
Have you ever done this yourself?
No, not myself, no. I'm just a purveyor of these goods. I don't use them myself.
You don't test your burnt
Would you
merchandise?
be able to...
Well, that's what my brother does, and that's who you'd be escorting, Edbar.
Edbar.
Is this something you'd be able to demonstrate, this medallion of thoughts? Would you...
I do know how it works. I've just never used it. If you'd like for me to attempt to.
Just so we understood fully how it works.
Okay. I just want it to be clear that I take no responsibility for what I might see, in your mind while there.
You can use my mind.
I don't use mine.
Of course.
Are you sure you want to open yours? We just met him.
I do. It's fine. And all I'm going to think about, and I'm open to letting him in, is I'm just going to think about the endless sea.
Okay.
And fishing with the crew.
Okay, so let's see. He would continue. As far as I know, if you do begin like sensing somebody's thoughts in this way, you can choose to press deeper than the surface thoughts. Would you like me to do that in this demonstration, or just the surface thoughts here?
Sure. Show me its potential.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. He kind of takes the medallion and places it on his neck and puts his hand on it, and you can feel this almost like pressing on your mind, Garr.
I'm open to it. I'm not going to try to resist it.
Okay.
I'm whispering you my deeper thoughts.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Here, just so you're aware. Okay. Okay.
That's, yeah.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay, so you see him close his eyes, and you can hear the steam-powered machines from outside. You can hear the rolling of steel, occasional ting, ting, ting of metal against metal. You kind of close your eyes and allow this pressing in. And Mavis and Laryn, you can both see as there's this sort of moment where both of them have their heads slightly bowed toward each other, and you see Arlen. I see water, lots of water. It kind of goes on forever. It's very peaceful, actually, and I'm standing on it. You're standing on it. Sorry, it's weird seeing somebody else's thoughts. It's peaceful. Seagulls,
Huh. I would like to be here, actually. Are you ready for me to go deeper?
I'm a child. Yes, at your leisure.
You can feel this pressure in your mind as you feel almost like this pressing into another layer. You feel like you could fight it, but you choose not to. As the two of you out that are still watching this, you can see as Arlen has this smile on his face, like, oh, no, no, I'm sorry, I don't want to, and he like pulls away. Was that you?
What did you do to him, Garr?
What did you...
Arrows, many arrows.
Right.
At crossroads.
Right. No, yes, that's fine.
Blood. So much blood.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, it worked.
Right.
It does, yes, it does work. All of the items here do.
You can see him kind of shaken.
Unfortunately, this has 3 charges, and I've used one of them. So if you were to get this as a reward, well, it would be short until the next day. Oh, no. Every day well, it gains more, seemingly pulling from the weave itself. But,
And out of these 3 items, which would you say would be your most expensive?
Between all of these 3, and you can see actually now that you're looking at these items, there is an item that he didn't mention. There is a small case with 2 rings kind of sitting in it.
That one.
Well, that one's a nice one too. It's not as fancy as the rest of these. He kind of pulls it out, and he takes one of the rings out and hands it to you, Garr.
Yes.
A demonstration. And he puts the other ring on, and then puts the ring to his mouth. Can you hear me? And you hear his voice in your head.
That's pretty cool.
yes, from what I understand, they should work up to a mile or so.
You do. Wait.
Oh no!
I heard him inside my head.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, they're called whispering rings, and they're meant to allow you to talk to each other. Whoever might have rings that are part of a network of rings. But I mean, if you'd want them,
A network of rings, you say?
So we could have what's the distance on this?
as far as I know, it should be up to 1 mile, give or take.
Is there anybody else on this network of rings?
Oh, I'm not sure. I didn't get these firsthand. I only have these 2, but I do have other whispering rings that are not connected. I could...
Out of curiosity, just because we like to know about what we purchase or trade for. Where did you get them?
Back in the city of Rand. I've had these for a little while now. It was a traveling merchant that came through. I don't remember his name, though.
One other question. Do you so tire of ceaseless light?
No. In fact, I kind of wish I could see more light in here. To be completely honest, there are not enough windows in here. It's quite dreary. I'm probably going to have to move outside at some point because of everything that's in here. But I should make do.
Right. So out of the items that you're allowing us to choose from, which would you say are your most expensive?
The most expensive, I guess, would probably be the javelin. But you did show interest in the rings. I do have other rings that are not, technically speaking, connected. It takes some effort and material in order to connect them, but I could connect more as there are 3 of you.
There's actually 5.
Technically 5 of us.
Well, maybe.
5. Oh,
We'll see.
wonderful. Well, in that case, I suppose it could be done. I do have extras enough for that. It would probably cost more, in which case, typical costs are about 100 gold per. But since you're doing this job, if you did choose these items, I could do it for 50 gold a ring. Would come out to about 150.
Well, how much is the javelin worth if I wanted to buy it?
That's a great question.
I will not, baby.
The javelin, I would probably appraise it somewhere around 1,000 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. And the medallion?
The medallion probably about 900 was the last time I saw this one go for.
Right. So you're telling me that you're willing to part with 1,000 gold, but you couldn't part with 500 gold. It would be the total amount for the. You would charge us for the rings, all 5.
Oh, no. The two rings you would get right away. If you want me to add more to a network of it, it's an intense arcane process that takes time.
Which you said would be 100 gold per.
Well, the rings themselves are
sorry,
the rings themselves are very expensive to begin with. About 1,000 gold per time someone is made. It costs to create the connection. I'm actually parting with much more at this point, but if you're willing to help my brother across such a vast distance for it, and for us to start this shop, well, I suppose it's worth it.
How far is this distance?
If I'm not mistaken, he should be about 8 hours away in a small town nearby on the main road that journeys eastward towards Gildeth.
And what's the time frame of this? When would we need to leave?
Well, I told my brother to stay in because he's carrying all of our wares with him. I told him to stay for a week, about 4 days ago. So if nobody visits him within the next 3 days, well, he'll probably just make the journey and hope for the best.
Right. Can we step out for a moment and speak?
Of course. No, by all means. I'm just going to continue organizing items and getting everything situated, but I'll be here.
Right. I'm on my ball in there and making sure she's not pocketing anything as well. Falling into old habits.
Make me a perception check.
Yeah, we're out. Peace.
Is there a check I'd have to do for that, Josh? On my end?
Well, are you actually stealing anything?
No. But like, would I didn't know.
No, this is just a C.
Okay.
Like you see her faking that she's stealing something. Okay, just taking a quick look. She just looks like she's kind of, I'm assuming, just looking everything over and assessing his character.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll head out with the others. Yeah. Right. Laryn, do you have the map for the mountains that were east of here?
I do. I pull it out and hand it to him.
How far is this home? Does it state on the map how far travel?
Does it state on the map?
It doesn't. It just shows a general layout. But based on what you saw on your way in, make me an intelligence check.
All right.
If we're looking at it as well, could we do the same?
Yeah. Anybody that wants to do that can.
All right.
Okay.
You said intelligence.
You handled it.
Okay. Mavis, looking it over, you can see that it resembles some mountains that you can actually see from Sprocketon that are a little bit further away. Based on using your knowledge of how long it took you to get here and the map that you did have, the mountain itself is probably about 5 hours away, and it looks like if you were to judge the distance, well, it doesn't show a town on the map. Actually, this hand-drawn map that he has doesn't show a town.
And it's to the east.
It is to the east, yes. Both of them kind of east-southeast.
Okay.
Yep.
So.
Well, they are in about the same direction. This one looks like it'd be maybe 5 hours away. So.
Right.
We could kill two birds with one stone.
That actually makes more sense than what I'm used to hearing.
I know. It's made no sense every time you said it.
Right. Just because we could easily, if there were no troubles or hurdles with the escort, we could easily knock that out in a day.
Exactly. Yeah. We probably would want to do the schematics first, and then once we retrieve them, go the rest of the way, find Edbar, and escort him back.
My concern is, he said 3 days, essentially, to escort his brother. If we would leave tomorrow at some point, whenever the others return, because it's already nighttime.
We give them basically 2 days. If they're not back by then I guess we're doing this ourselves.
We wouldn't be able to do the escort if we waited 2 days.
It's 8 hours away, he said? Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. So we wait a day at most. Yeah.
I didn't even check to see if they left the carts and horses. I'm assuming she took Fengay with her, but I don't know if she took the
Why
carts.
the secrecy in the first place?
Well, it seemed they were in a hurry, so I'd imagine they probably left the cart.
They had more than enough time to explain something. At least some sort of explanation. I gave them at least 45 seconds.
You don't think that they're... No.
You think that they
No.
would?
I think there's a way.
I don't. It just it's odd. Is all. I don't know.
Do you know what she means, Garr?
I'm confused.
Well, we can move on from it then.
Well,
Wait,
so-
what are
just
you withholding now?
Yeah, right. Just say what you have to say.
What are you thinking?
Some things are better left private. I don't want to
No.
state it. I
Th- th-
think.
What are
Not
you
with
saying to me with your mouth moving right now?
Privacy and secrets are not okay when there's potential dangers out there that they could be facing. If you know something, I'd
No,
like to know it.
it's not dangerous. No, I think that they're just fine. They just need some time, to I'm sure figure. It's been a long day. We should probably go about our business. I'm really tired.
We're about like 3 hours into the day.
Right. Well, either way, I won't be able to contact them until tomorrow.
Right.
To see if they'll even return. So we can't give him a definite answer this evening. We can tell him we'll think about it and ask our partners.
Yeah.
But the rings could be handy, but...
They could be. But either way, if the price he said is true, we could always sell them to the Wind Riders if we ever see them again.
True, or use them to power the mansion, if needed.
Yeah, but he said they were 1,000 gold per ring?
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense.
That sounds like a lot of money that we could get. And I'm sure we could, even if we downsell it, I mean, we're not spending anything to get them, it's just profit. It's time, energy. But time is money, friend. So... Sorry.
Oh.
Right. Well, let's head back in and tell Arlen that we'll get back to him tomorrow about whether or not we'll take on this contract.
Yeah.
Right.
You
We'll
walk
just go in and
inside.
tell him.
Yeah. You walk inside. He's currently in the middle of unpacking a bunch of very small gems from a crate into some sort of glass display. Oh, you're back. Hi.
We'll consider it. We'll get back to you tomorrow.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Well, I wasn't sure what kind of luck I'd get posting something on the job board, but if you're able to help, that'd be well, just wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you for the All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I would turn to him. He does that. It's okay. Don't take it personally.
Oh, it's okay. I've seen a lot of rock gnomes here do that as well.
I do have one question about the job. On your way here, did you encounter any troubles?
Well, no, not exactly, other than the occasional coyote that might have been around, or other wild animal. I moved pretty quickly, though. I traveled on my own horse and wasn't lugging any equipment around. But I have heard actually, one of the spanners told me this morning that they were alerted to bandits in the general area, and that makes me nervous. I don't really want my brother...
They were further west, but yes.
Yeah.
So you know about them?
Mm-hmm.
We do.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that's one good thing for my brother. But he's quite burly. I'm sure he'll be able to take care of it himself if worse comes to worse. But he's my brother. If you can help him, I would be very grateful.
We'll talk to the rest of our group and
Wonderful.
see if it falls in line with what we're doing.
Of course. Well, I suppose I'll know when he arrives. So thank you, adventurers.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye then. He goes back to cataloging the myriad of
Stepping
gems.
outside.
So there's one more. Do we look about the fun guy?
This is our party.
That's a bad joke.
You listen. Do we? I don't know if we'd have time
I doubt
to
it.
handle unless the fungi grew
Unless it
in the
happens to be this one.
mountains, or if it's the one we already have. It doesn't hurt. It's not like we have anything happening right now, anyways.
Right. I was very confused. Yeah, I think probably just these two. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, we can ask the alchemist about the mushrooms.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything else at the moment.
Right. I do have some materials to get, so I'll do that, and then Well, I guess I could get to work while they're gone. I could probably finish at least one upgrade.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Perfect.
Laryn, you sounded like you were tired, as you said, so maybe you could get some rest.
Yes, I could use a nap.
I'm sure you could.
So many secrets.
So, where are you guys going?
I'm gonna be heading off to get some copper and probably some more steel too.
Okay.
As we had mentioned.
I think I know which two you're going for with that.
Yeah.
Are you not accompanying us to the alchemy shop then?
Oh yeah. I guess I would do that first. Doing that first.
Okay. You guys make your way to... Well, actually, you can see it here, Mavis, pretty clearly. There appears to be a shop nearby, because it was in the same general section of the bolt. You can see a shop titled... What's it titled? Fizzle's Botany. You go up to the front door, and there's a sign on the front of it that says, "Out for herb."
Oh, it's Omega.
They're not. They're...
I guess not. Well,
Well,
too bad.
this place. All right. Well, I guess we'll head back. Laryn, are you going to be staying in the inn, or?
I suppose so. Would there be any other place that I could stay, Josh?
Would you want to stay anywhere else?
There's the manor, but
I mean, like,
Sure.
what are you doing in terms of, like, an entire gnomish city available to you, or the manor, or your compatriots? Like, what would you do to pass the time here?
go back and rob the magic shop.
Yeah. Missed opportunity. No, I think I genuinely would like lay down for a little bit.
Okay. Make your way
Laryn
back.
is kind of off kilter.
Okay. You make your way back to the loose screw then. Garr and Mavis, anything in particular you guys are doing, or heading back to the loose screw as well? I know, Mavis, you're going around to purchase materials, but
I'll
Garr.
do that with him. I'm gonna give Laryn the key.
Okay.
Laryn, when we return to the inn, I'm gonna go with Mavis back to the manor so I can sit with him and discuss the invention that I'll be describing with the inventory. So I can take extensive notes. But if when you awake from your nap, if you could get me.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
While you guys take care of your various tasks, Zaos and May.
Hello.
Hi.
After about 5.5 hours-ish, close to 6 hours of travel, it's pretty easy because you're following the main road, so you know you'll run across it eventually. You make your way past where your old campsite was, where Garr was revived. As you ride past it, you can see the last little bits of, like, how long has it been? Yeah, you'd still be able to see just like a little bit of smoke coming from the campfire that you guys had made under the trees. Just brings that entire memory back. You make your way further for another... It's probably about 2.5 hours or however it was, for totaling about 6 hours. And you see the two logs in the middle of the road that are kind of blocking your path, and you can see in this moment the place where it happened. You still see blood on the ground. You can see the split off going to the right and going further on depending on where you come from. How close are you guys getting?
I wanted to check to see if there's any individuals in this area, like being pretty cautious.
Okay. You kind
I'd be looking out as well.
You kind of slow Fengay down. He and stops next to the side of the road. You guys hop off, and you make your way along the side of this cliff edge that kind of borders the road at this particular point. Just close enough to be able to see over the logs that were used as a sort of barrier, where you know at least 2 to 3 of the bodies lied there, and there are no bodies on the ground.
Do I see, like, have they been moved?
Be difficult to tell from here without getting closer.
Do we see anyone else?
Yeah, do we
Make me
see
perception
there
checks.
anything else?
Oof. Oof.
Okay.
Oof.
You don't hear anybody. Don't see anybody.
I will venture closer
Okay.
to see if the bodies were moved.
As you get
I'm-
closer,
Staying close behind me.
whoever's checking for it, make me a survival check.
I'll do it.
All right.
What the flip? Sorry.
Did we roll?
If you want to
But
help
if
her,
Zaos is helping me.
yeah. If you want to help her, she can roll with advantage.
I'm helping her. I'm looking
Okay.
to. Hey,
That's better.
slightly better, but
God
still
damn.
pretty bad.
So,
That's 17.
in a moment, yeah, that's not bad at all.
Okay.
In a moment, you kind of assess the situation, looking at the ground here, looking up towards the cliff edges where you saw the archers lying in wait. You don't see anybody up there. You look down and you can see just like a darkened area of blood at the center of the crossroads, with spatterings of blood traveling multiple different directions along from the battle that ensued. You see, May, you can tell pretty easily with this survival check that there are scrape marks on the ground that look like boots being dragged through, probably from somebody that was carrying somebody by the shoulders, traveling in the northwestern direction, the other path that you guys didn't take.
Did you bring up the map?
Yeah, sure. Where did it go? Not there. Did I type? Is it this one? Haha! I found it. That's not all there. Get rid of this, and that. And that.
I'm no longer there. It's all
Did I
done.
delete you? Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I was sitting there with Mavis.
Mavis.
There you go. So.
He's sucking to our bags.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're like, we came from over here, right?
Yeah, so
Yes,
we're
from the
probably
northeast.
Yeah. Alright, and then I assume you said we saw probably
Basically, what you saw was,
blood here-ish, and then splats going off in this way.
and some going off in this way, because of just the way
like
the battle
drags.
went. Drag marks don't go that way, just blood splatter.
Okay.
But drag marks are going off this direction.
Let's fall. Okay.
I would kind of just walk to see like what's down this way.
Okay. Looking further down, you can see the path itself almost begins to curve into like a forested area of trees. Zaos, you remember actually the individual that was running away, you were going to try and take a shot at, but he was pretty covered by these trees. It appears to be like a thicket that the road itself travels through. To what, you're not sure, and you're not sure for how long.
Well,
Do you still see drag marks? Do we still see drag marks?
Oh yeah, you can definitely see them
Do they
traveling.
just go up the whole road, basically?
Yeah, there appears
That
to
we can
be
see?
probably like 6 to 8 different drag marks, and based on the number of bodies that you know were here at some point, it seems right. It seems like they've probably already been taken away.
Should we go farther? It seems like someone definitely took care of them.
yeah, it does. Do you want to?
Well, I kind of assumed that their comrades came back for them, which is what I'm hoping happens. We can go farther. I don't know if they'd come back again afterwards after everything happened. The captain did perish in that.
Do you think it would
bring you some form of solace to go any further?
I'm not sure.
Because if you want, we might not be able to bury any bodies, but we could potentially do something for the land here.
That sounds fine. What are you thinking for the land?
I'm reading what I got. I have ceremony prepared from when I thought Garr was dead. So
I just remembered as you were talking about that.
Zaos and May run off. She has ceremony prepared.
Wait, that can be used for a
we
wedding.
have a wedding.
I forgot.
We're supplying the rings.
Oh, of course.
I
Too bad
can
those buffs
perform
only
a
last.
marriage ceremony, but I don't think that's gonna help us here.
I can,
If you want, I could perform a funeral rite, not for any particular person, but for what happened here, to put it to rest, for all parties involved.
sounds like a good idea. And at the crossroad here, we could make a little memento. What would you call that? Little thing for the people that have fallen.
Like a...
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like a thing right there, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Zaos, I'll let you make the little memento, and I'll start preparing the ceremony.
All right.
Yeah, what are you doing for this?
I'll help if you need it.
What do I make?
What do you make?
That's a genuine question from Zaos the maid.
Yeah.
Well, is there any particular otherworldly being that you follow?
I don't particularly follow any gods. I, believe in them, but I don't follow a single one. I guess I've never had a reason to.
I understand that more than you know. Well,
Josh,
Yes.
would a cross be something in this world, or is there like does Kelemvor, because I know you said I was slightly familiar with him, does he have like a symbol that he uses on his gravestones or anything like that?
Yeah. Okay, that's a good question. Make me a religion check.
It's gonna apply to like any god.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Something gone. How about a pentagon?
So what you
Sorry.
what you can glean from that is that what little you know about Kelemvor, even though he is a neutral deity, he's not looked at with a whole lot of peace because of the fact that he's looked at in more in terms of a judgment and placement. So not the first one that comes to mind. Ilmater, you figure, could be a pretty good one. His symbol always being that of endurance and forgiveness. Give me 1 second. I need to look at something. Because... Not that. This one. Which one of you... Actually... Okay. It's a little interesting, but... Sorry, 1 second. I like this plan, but I'm curious about which one of these. Okay. Honestly, the first one that comes to mind for you personally is Ilmater.
Yeah.
But you, because of the 15, I'll say that you do have another option available to you of Lathander, god of birth and renewal.
Okay.
His symbol being a road traveling into a sunrise. You've heard very briefly about him, but you know that he is respected as far as birth and renewal. It's mostly used in a sort of like blessing a life. And this is why you're kind of leaning more towards Ilmater in terms of maybe that forgiveness after the fact.
Okay. You know what? We can make like a little charm. I used to do this with my mom, and also use a little bit when I was with the church. I'm assuming I have a ton of red string on me. This is just an assumption I've always had.
Oh yeah, no, it's accurate.
So I'm just gonna like take out some red string and I don't want to do this. Zaos, is there any way you could kind of like create like hooks in this stone so I could make like a rope to kind of hang on them? Even if you just find like a piton or something.
That's technically not how that works.
I'm curious of what your plan is.
Utility magic. The only utility magic that I have that I could think of modifying something but doesn't really hit the mark would be mending. But
yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
It probably would be really difficult with mending.
I could
Laryn has pittons.
actually, hold on.
You see two
I'll do that right
two
quick.
fingers from the distance.
Do I have pittons on me? That is a real question. Somehow I don't.
If not, that's okay. We could also just, I guess, kind of leave it respectfully on the ground.
Well,
Or tie it to a nearby tree. That might work.
well, actually, why don't we tie them along the logs?
Fair. That's actually a really good idea. And I figure I'm gonna be making a pretty long, kind of twisted rope, with kind of a charm made out of the same red string. I'd kind of show Zaos how to do it so we could do it from like both sides and kind of meet in the middle, so it doesn't take forever. And then while we're doing it, I'm gonna burn some sage so that the smoke of the sage kind of cloaks the red rope that we're making. And I'm also gonna take out my incense for when we kind of finish it and burn the incense in front of the log.
Okay. I like it. Make me... both of you make me survival checks for this. Wow. All right.
Zao's killing it.
You guys
Rats.
spend the better part of about 20 minutes crafting this interwoven... You said you're using red string also for the length of the log? Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
All the way down this actually really well-looking pattern that comes together very nicely and not in too much time. You guys meet in the center. Zaos actually manages to reach the center just a little bit faster. But, Zaos, you can tell, actually, it's interesting. Seeing out in this... nice, I like it. Out in this wilderness... You're used to seeing May very much in like an official capacity of a Templar captain, keeping very much like strict mannerisms. You can see this comes very naturally to her. This like living off of wilderness, this willingness to dive in. It's not, I guess, surprising on the one hand, but it's not something you typically see. And I guess it's something that does kind of seem pretty average for Zaos given how he carries himself, but yeah, that's what you guys both glean from that. After a little while longer, you light your sage was the only thing, or to create an incense, you said?
So sage was to cloak the actual rope itself, and then
Okay.
afterwards, when I say, I guess, my closing prayer, if you will,
Yeah.
I will be lighting an incense and then leaving that incense there to finish.
Burn.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay. I like it. You cloak the entirety of this string in this incense, create this sort of altar at the middle of the crossroads, placing this symbol for Ilmater as well, minus the actual symbol of hands, just this binding and sort of intricate hanging from this altar. May, make me a religion check. And Zaos, make me a perception check.
Oh, shiitake mushrooms.
All right. I like it. Okay. May, as you kind of take a moment here and saying these prayers internally to Ilmater, almost like interceding for these thieves, these bandits, you can feel the warmth of the sunlight overhead occasionally. A semi-cloudy day overhead. Sometimes you get sunlight, sometimes it's overcast. What was your religion roll? 22?
22.
Okay. I'll say that. How loud is this? That's fine. I'll say that you can feel inside, like as you're listening and as you're going through this prayer, just towards the latter end of it, you can feel this almost like warmth. And Zaos, you can see as the clouds, occasionally this sporadic overcast overhead, a sudden opening in the clouds appears before as this warm golden light coming from the west as the sun is starting to set sort of bathes the entire region, reflecting off of I'll say reflecting off of the logs from a little bit of moisture that's still in there, creating a very warm glow on this crossroads. You're reminded of what happened here and hopeful that even though they were bandits and even though they did what they did to not only a member of your group but a close friend, that even they deserve that forgiveness too for maybe not knowing what they were doing. As you feel the end of this prayer close, May, you open your eyes and you just feel this lightness inside. Almost like, for a second, this thing that you try to ignore is not a concern. And Zaos, you can see as she opens her eyes, the clouds again kind of re-meet overhead and the sunlight disappears as she stands up.
Well, how do you feel?
I definitely feel a bit better. It's definitely a lot to take in, though.
I agree.
I hope even though we had our differences, I hope the others had fallen have a peaceful travel.
Yeah. I asked for a meter to cleanse this area of its suffering and hopefully bring peace to whoever passes through this area.
Did you actually cast ceremony for the process of this as well? This was all part of the ceremony?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see
I
the
casted a
specifics of that.
funeral rite
Okay,
on
that's what I was
this
curious
land.
about.
It's definitely a modified version of this.
I like it. So I'll say
With
then with
how,
Have fun.
yeah, with how Zaos perceived what he saw from May, could he take away that was something holy? I guess.
I'll say that. So I forgot that you were casting ceremony for the portion of this. As you guys, kind of finish this conversation, and May, you say you hope that it'll bring peace to others that come through here as well. You look down and you can see the blood on the ground has disappeared. And you get this kind of general sensation, almost like the air around here was thicker before the ceremony completed. And Zaos, like you said, you don't follow any deities in particular, but if you could put a feeling to it, it's almost like if there was something lingering, creating that heavy feeling, it's lighter now because they were allowed to pass on.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, that's what you both kind of get.
After saying that, I'm like, this definitely was the right thing to do.
I certainly feel a bit more at peace with it as well. There have been a few instances where I've never had this opportunity to go back and make it right.
Definitely a lesson for the future. Well, we should probably get back.
Yeah.
That's how we left. The others are probably completely confused and wondering where the hell we went.
Yeah, I'm not very good with the whole opening up thing, and they're just very
Neither
pushy
am
about
I.
it,
No.
and it makes
But
me panic.
with everything that's happened, it seems kind of like the best, especially with what we've all gone through.
Mm. Well, maybe we can sit down once we get back, or maybe the next morning as I look up to check the time. Maybe have like a heart-to-heart with everyone? Mostly everyone?
Mostly everyone?
Everyone? I'll hope for everyone. I'll hope for everyone.
Everyone. That sounds good. Was there anything you want to talk about before we see everyone? Seeing that we've at least gone through this.
I mean, nothing really comes to mind. But I mean, I know that I've said some things to Garr, and I am also aware that everyone was eavesdropping on my conversation with Garr while we were in the carriage.
Was kind of lost in my thoughts, so I don't really remember.
Oh, perfect then. Yeah, I have nothing to share.
May.
Yeah.
Like you just said, it's okay.
To relate to your situation, I do genuinely understand what you're going through. I've killed a man before that probably did not deserve it. I have also, in my youth, beat up an altar boy to death's door. So yes, I know what it's like to have blood on your hands that you don't really know what to do with.
Well.
Yeah. And you don't always get the opportunity to make those situations right.
Yeah.
So we should get going because it'll get late really soon, and I can't see in the dark, so.
Oh, yes. Well, we orb.
Oh, right, yeah. Either way, can't drive while tired, and I'm gonna start walking towards Meggang.
Yeah. Well, I'm like, if you really needed it, but I have orb. I have orb.
Orb?
Orb.
His orb.
Orb. My drift orb.
Light.
Okay.
I have a drift orb.
Yeah, that is true.
That we always forget that I have.
I definitely forget that a lot.
I forget I have a lot of magical items.
So what
All
are you
the
guys
time.
doing? Are you actually planning on heading back the whole way or camping?
We should probably just head back the whole way.
Yeah, I was
would
gonna
assume.
head back
Even
over.
if we slow down, however long it takes us to get back, and then we just go crash.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then as you guys begin your journey back.
And Zaos will definitely be thinking about Altar Boy.
That's
Not the man murder. The altar boy.
I know, right, Nathan?
Deep shit. I just need some time to digest that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
This is gonna be an awkward ride.
As Zaos and as a player personally, I'm like, I currently have no idea what to say to that.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, and the relative...
Zaos is become a priest this time with me. Zaos is by far no priest.
As you begin the awkward silence of the long ride back to Sprocketon.
I found a tater.
Nick.
Anyways.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Back in the city of Sprocketon.
Back to Ador.
Mavis, it doesn't take you very long. Everybody that you venture across in this city is happy to help a fellow inventor. You pretty quickly find the materials. Which ones are you doing?
Let me
go back and
the
see
first one
here.
for copper, and then the one that I took extra reinforcement.
Okay.
So extra iron.
In my list
Rather
back
start
to you,
steel.
it's the first one and the third one?
Yes.
Okay.
First and the third.
Cool. So a total of about 6 gold. You find it
Wait.
pretty easily.
Sorry. The first and the fifth.
Oh,
My
right,
bad.
right. Sorry. Yeah. So 11 gold pieces. You can just go ahead and deduct it. I don't have
Okay.
that many shopkeepers made.
No, I didn't figure we were
yeah.
gonna go for it.
It takes you the better part of probably 45 minutes to get all the materials that you need. Garr consistently traveling along with you, just kind of hanging in the background.
I'm taking special note of like the types of metals he's getting and like sizes of like screws or bolts or whatever.
Sure. Make me an... Nah, that's okay. You're taking special note. Are you actually taking notes?
Yeah, I'd actively write some notes.
Okay,
He'd
I
pretty
like
much-
it.
He's getting like mainly just 3 things: copper, iron, and carbon. If he can find that anywhere.
Yeah. So. After about 45 minutes, you find all of the different materials that you're looking for. You managed to take pretty good notes, even though Mavis speaks quickly. Would you speak to them in Gnomish?
They reference me in Gnomish.
They would alternate between Gnomish and Common. Everybody speaks Common because of the fact that it's still a town that's visited by others for its notoriety of the inventory.
It probably would be like that back and forth, like you hear like
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
Amish back and
Spanglish?
forth between Dutch and English.
Yeah,
It's that same
exactly.
type of thing. But you would always hear Mavis Shems be spoken in Common. So
Is there a Gnomish version of that?
I don't know. I feel like it.
it probably is just Mavis Shems.
Yeah, it is just like your name. So,
You just always hear that part.
Mavis.
Mavis, Mavis.
Laryn, is there anything in particular you're doing as you arrive back at the Loose Screw? You see Bremira, Breamy, in the process of currently like wiping off the counters, getting the last little bit of cheese off the floor. She kind of motions towards you as you walk in.
Hi, it'll be clean pretty soon. But don't worry. This is what I do for a living. It's what I signed up for when I, bought this place.
Do I see any rags around her? Like any extras?
Yeah. You
Okay,
see like
I'm
a
gonna
small
grab
pile
one.
on the ground next to her.
I would grab one and just wherever she's at cleaning, I'd just say, "Hope you've been at this all day."
I mean, yeah, you're right, but it's my tavern. I won't make a patron help me with all of the different cleaning and minutia of everything that we would need.
I'm glad to do it, really.
You see... Caught me off guard. You see a look of like like, what's the word? Resistance followed by acceptance, as she kind of like hands one to you.
Okay, sure. I guess I could use the company anyway. It's kind of, well, it's kind of boring in here, to be completely honest with you after so much time. It's kind of curious, how do you get, if you don't mind my asking, in the same relations as a tinker, when you yourself, you look like you're, well, much more suited to be, well, a scout, or perhaps like somebody that is out in the wilderness. Not to say that you don't belong here, it's just, it's not something I see very commonly.
She kind of like starts scraping the floor, or not scraping, scrubbing.
To be honest, I don't see it that often either. But it's quite a long story. So.
I mean, we have time if you want.
Well, I can't think of what parts to tell her.
And that's very Laryn too, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Why don't we revisit this another time if we're able to?
Of course. Sorry, it's my nature. I'm a tavern keeper. I ask for
No.
stories and always talk with people. That's what I do best. Aside from, cooking, well, cheese sandwiches that aren't exactly going to be at the top of my list anymore. But maybe later.
Well, I'm sure they'll taste great, and you don't have to be sorry. It's just a very long story.
Well, if I may, for somebody that's not a rock gnome and not native to here, you're very kind and I appreciate it.
Well, as are you. Now show me where I can help.
Well, there's, actually that is kind of something I can't really reach.
And you see, she points up at the ceiling, and there's currently like spots of cheese on the ceiling that she, now that you look up, there's a small step ladder placed on the counter where she was about to get to it, probably.
Okay, I would, grab that.
Make me a... You don't need to make a check for this, you're scrubbing. Big, cheesy fucking facts. So, you spend quite a bit of time doing that. Relative silence overall. Breemy doesn't push any further after hearing, but she keeps like checking back every once in a while and just gives you a smile. Garr and Mavis, is there anywhere you're going or something you're doing in particular after you have all these materials, now that you're within this outer segment of the bolt?
We've gotten all the materials as of now?
You do, yes. At this point, you have all the materials. You have different... you have all the materials gathered up, ready to go.
I'd ask, as we're walking, I'd ask Gimbal if he'd let me see his bag of tools.
You just call me Gimbal.
Yes,
Fucking
you did.
Mavis.
Gimbal walking by on the side's like, no, they're my tools.
Mavis, can I see your bag of tools?
You want to see my tool? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna reach in and grab a random one and pull it out. Like, what's this?
You pull out a
That's
wrench.
spanner.
Nice, yeah.
And this,
That's
as
an
we're
awl.
walking, it's just I just keep pulling out tools and like ones I don't recognize. I'm like, what is it? And ask what it's used for.
Okay.
He'd be explaining each one faithfully.
You get a wrench, an awl, you get a small screwdriver, both
Wood chisel.
it's not called a Phillips here, an X screwdriver and a flathead.
I like it.
You also, you know what a hammer is from your time in the Hollow Fjord easily enough.
I imagine I know what an awl is as well.
Yeah, probably. You probably know the majority of these, to be completely honest. Being
They're unique tinkering devices.
Let's see. I would say the most unique one would be a screwdriver. You don't recognize that piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What makes you want to go the route of a tinkerer?
Oh, I don't. But I'm interested in your work because you're interested in it. I'm trying to understand it better because you're interested in it. The same as I'd like for you to take interest or learn about magic and religion, though I'm not gonna ask you to. But if you wanted to question anything or get answers.
Like I said, Yeah. I didn't realize I was actually doing that. I have taken more of an interest. But not really in the same way you have. I'll try to tear yours down.
Well, that's your way. You learn what things are and how they work by tearing them apart and seeing their inner workings. I learn by, well, building them from the ground up. Understanding what they are at their core, just as you, just in a different manner. Start from the beginning instead of at the finished product.
Yeah, like I'm starting to get a better understanding of some of it. Like with magic. He peered into your mind. I can't deny that. What he saw,
He did.
I can't do that.
Frankly, I thought I was hiding that well.
I don't think it's gonna get off your mind for a while. I know it won't get off mine. But
I look around and it's just me and Mavis.
Not really where you are currently. There's the occasional.
Right, but I mean, like, Laryn's not there.
Yeah.
She's
Taking
not
out a
like
window.
failing
None-
us. And, like,
None of your fellow party members. You're not close enough to the loose screw yet. It's just you two.
Mavis, I have to be honest.
I'd appreciate that.
I'm fucking terrified.
I figured so.
I'm so afraid that I am going to die again. And not be able to finish these tasks that have been set upon us.
I am too.
And I can't get those images out of my head. I'm trying. It's only been a day, but I am terrified, friend.
You and me both. But from my experience, fear like that usually leads to not making the same mistake again.
Better
There's more I
planning.
could've done.
Less hubris.
There's more I could have done, and there's more I will do, if it ever happens again.
But don't think that it's all your responsibility. That was my own as well. I stood at the forefront of that battle and chose to take the brunt of the attacks.
As much responsibility as I'm able to take, I'm taking it.
We'll split it evenly. I'm not good with the numbers, but you are, so you can decide what percentage that is. I think it's somewhere around 98, but...
Yeah. Oh, you take more. You're taller.
Right. See?
No, that's why I made this thing.
And I point to the barrel on my back.
It was supposed to be able to help with that, and I had never felt more ineffectual. But
Remind me, I did see it before I fell, right?
Oh yeah, you saw the
Yeah.
entire process, its assembly, and
which
even a
means
couple of its attacks.
it's not good enough yet. So I'll make it better. That's what we have to do. Clearly we weren't good enough yet, so we'll get better. By sneaking past a rock so we learn how to be more stealthy. By escorting someone through the same places that we're going to be going through ourselves so we get the lay of the land.
Friend, the thought of a creature with 100-foot wingspan, even the thought of it catching wind of us, has
Well, we
me
got
shaken to my core.
We got wind of it first. We have advanced intel, like we didn't have before. We won't make the same mistake again. We'll plan. And he'll throw on the fluffing a duck music. We'll get it done real quick.
Right. Yeah.
Can I ask you, you're able to assess things medically and also otherwise, spiritually. I don't know what that realm is.
Sure.
Can you detect a curse?
Yes.
You can.
Oh wait, I have remove curse. I
You
don't
do.
know if I have... Let me see if. I guess that would a curse fall under detect magic?
Not quite. They're very different. While both magical in
Detect evil and
nature.
good?
Make me a religion check. I need to look at.
Religion check.
Yeah.
Skadoosh. That's pretty
Okay. You're pretty sure detect evil and good will not work, as it's geared towards creature types, unless the curse entailed some sort of creature. You're pretty sure that detect magic won't, as it's a deeper magic than just determining a school, or the source of a magical item. Let's see.
I have bestow curse, which makes me believe that I understand how curses work and how they can affect things. Would that give me any type of way of learning if something is cursed? Trying to think.
Interesting. No, I like this. You know what I'll say is that the first thing that comes to mind is with remove curse. Okay, I'm just going off of what little knowledge I know here, and we'll just run with it. I would say that you would know with a 15 that remove curse, you would be able to tell with certain curses if it was removed when you cast it. You do know that curses, it doesn't entail like the entire array. Curses are of varying power. There are some that are very powerful, but if it's small enough to be dispelled, you would feel if it was dispelled.
Right. Would I know if the spell tried to remove the curse but then was rejected, instead of it just fizzling out as if it didn't work?
I'll say no, not with this. That would probably require higher level magic.
Well, through my teachings at the Temple to Melora in Sunset, I learned to remove curses. And I could attempt to do a thing, whether I knew an object was cursed or not. And if it was a weak enough curse, I would know if it was dispelled. However, if it was stronger, there'd be no telling.
What's that process like to remove it?
I touch it, and I say a little prayer, and it happens instantly.
I'm starting to understand why some people go to this, but to deities, to the gods, I never really felt hopeless before, to be honest. I'm an inventor. I create usually solutions to whatever problems I see, but I couldn't create a solution to get you back. Beyond my capabilities. For most of my life, the people that I've known that followed these gods, well, I almost like them. You were actually the first that I could bear, and, well, now can call a friend.
I understand. When I first washed ashore in Sunset Valley, I didn't quite understand what everyone was saying in the temple. I didn't understand how they could believe in such a thing. Bellman, for example,
I like
he
that.
meant well. He was funny. He was quite the prankster, actually.
Yeah.
He was
dull, but
he was a lot like me in the sense that he was a little more lighthearted and didn't take it as serious as Nessa or Giovanni. And so it was easier for me to follow his teachings than it was to sit in class or in the lectures. But
When you started, have you progressed a lot in your knowledge? Like,
I'd like to think so, but I also know that I've only been doing it for a couple of years now. Far from a lifelong worshiper who studied it day in and day out and read all the books and tomes and histories, but
did you learn to do it? Like prayer? How do you pray?
well, that's different for everyone, I feel. When it came to the lectures, for example, with Father Giovanni at the temple to Melora, he was very strict and this is how it's done. But that just wasn't me. I'm more laid back, usually. More personal with someone instead of formal. So I just spoke from the heart. Said my piece the way that I wanted to say it. And it seemed to work.
Is there a wrong way to do it?
I wouldn't think so. You know, Father Giovanni, like I said, he would speak in a manner that was very formal and very, very. It almost seemed non-personal. Like that was the right way to do it, and it worked for him. But as I said, I did it my own way, and well, you see where we are, what I've done.
I've, for my entire life, tried to avoid them, the gods, and it seems I'm unable to. And I fear I might have done too much.
What do you mean?
I prayed. For the first time ever, I prayed. When you died. And you came back. I had to deal with him. Said if you came back, well, I don't want one. Or it. I don't know what it is.
I don't know for certain. I don't know who you prayed to.
Me neither. That's the scary part.
However, I do know that the plans for me to return were set in motion probably long before you prayed. So whatever deal you might have made or think that you made, I wouldn't be too concerned.
More background thought. Even if it was like, oh, I got what I wanted. Worth it.
I just kind of put a hand on him and like a little comforting squeeze on the shoulder.
I kind of get rigid and then relax a bit.
I'm honored to know that you would go so far outside of your comfort zone to bring me back, friend.
This is why it's not happening again.
Well, with Melora's blessing. And with your science.
Good enough for me.
Suddenly realize you're standing just off the side of the road. Gnomes passing by as they normally would with all their inventions, but for a moment nobody else was there. It all slowly comes back as you take in your surroundings. You remember You remember Laryn is back at the tavern. You remember that you don't know how long it's going to be before May and Zaos get back.
I guess I should probably get started on the upgrades.
Yes, it's late. Why don't we have time? Maybe over breakfast we can sit and discuss the workings of the mug.
Yes.
But for now, let's just get some rest. You get some rest before you start it as well, friend. You're gonna want as much sleep as you can get, so you're as coherent as possible for your showings.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think I need to be awake. You're right.
Not the bean juice.
You know exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys make your way back to the tavern.
Yep. I return the cup.
Well, as you walk in, you see Laryn currently standing on the counter, scrubbing off the ceiling, and Breamy on the floor, currently scrubbing the floor with a bucket of water next to her as she looks up as you guys enter.
Oh, I didn't conscript her. She did it of her own decision.
What did you do, Laryn?
Oh, well, she was... Oh, not this. No,
There was no window, so you know.
I made do. No, she was still working at it, so I figured I'd lend a hand.
And it was very kind of her to do so. It's not very often I get, well, people in here of all of your stature and, well, honestly.
4 hours?
Yeah, cheese gets in everything. Everything.
That's a lot of cheese.
Well, it didn't
I
used
gotta
to
try one of
be.
these sandwiches.
It was, no, it wasn't originally. The press sort of, how do I say,
Exploded?
I don't know what it did entirely. I'm not an inventor.
It looked like it exploded. from what I
Yes,
saw.
explosion would be accurate. Of
Okay.
cheese. It's like it multiplied. I'm confused. But either way, she's been a very big help to be able to help me clean it up.
She's a very kind person.
One of the kindest half-elves I've ever seen.
You've done a lot around here. I'm merely helping with the scraps. Don't mention it.
I'm really not. I mean, it's just me standing around, really, in the meantime. But I appreciate the sentiment.
Laryn, I've decided to just rest tonight. I won't be returning to the manor with Mavis, so I won't need the key back. I won't need you to awaken me or get. You know what I'm saying.
You see Breamy kind of like
You're welcome.
confused at the sentiment. She kind of cocks her head, but then goes back to scrubbing.
Would I be able to tell with an insight check if Garr is kind of a little bit thrown off, or like he's contemplative, or?
Go ahead and make me an insight.
I can't.
Garr, if you're trying to conceal anything about yourself, roll deception, otherwise persuasion.
He's got to use the bathroom. He doesn't want her to know.
Makes sense, makes sense.
It's real bad.
Yeah, Breamy's there, you know. New people.
Yeah.
Okay. Laryn, you've been scrubbing cheese for about 30 minutes now, 45 minutes. You look down, you're trying to get a read on your friend Garr, but you can't really tell.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna turn in for the night, so good luck with the cheese.
Well, we're just about done here. Probably it's only about 10 more minutes. I think, unless I miss one.
So,
It should be all right. We'll be fine. Thank you, though.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And she kind of looks up
good
towards
night, Mavis.
He's very eccentric.
as he walks upstairs. He kind of says under her breath to you two.
I smile.
I wait till he gets up the stairs. You get eccentric, but a genius.
Yeah, well, that's pretty
That's true.
to be expected, I suppose. He fixed this pretty quickly. Clearly, he's learned something.
Quite good with his hands. No, that didn't come out right. I just sit down and I'm like, can I have a glass of milk?
Real good with
Make
his
it sour.
Yeah, milk. I'll get right on that. Wait, that's still cheese.
She kind of goes off into the back with trauma.
It's preachy.
It's preachy. She comes back. She comes back after a few minutes. She hands you your glass of milk. Laryn, you're able to finish off the last little bit of cleaning that needs to be done here. How late is everyone staying up till, minus the two of you?
Not late. I'm gonna finish my glass of pre-cheese and go to sleep.
Make it sour.
Oh my god.
Shit. What time is it when I'm going back to the manor?
You don't
Cereal
know
time.
specifically because you've been inside all day. If you were to go outside and check, it's probably late afternoon. It's probably evening.
Oh, evening. Wow. Okay.
Early evening.
Yeah.
Like the sun's setting.
Okay.
It's still up though.
So like, gotcha. That means I could get probably about 8 hours of work in, because it'd be like what, 4 hours left until like
yeah, thereabouts.
the end of the day. So
So you just ask Garr
Yeah.
to contact you at the end of that.
He might actually just sleep. Actually, yeah, he would have told you beforehand to contact him when they're back, May and Zaos. In the meantime, he's going to be spending as much time as he can to try to finish number 1 on the list, Josh.
Okay. Sounds good.
Takes long to do number one.
Laryn, poor list. Laryn, is there anything else you're doing?
No, I'd just be finishing cleaning up and then probably heading to sleep.
Okay. Breamy is super grateful for it. She gives you a very big smile and thanks you for sticking through it with her throughout that time. You head up and go into the room, or not?
No, I was just gonna say I'd of course do the same in return. I'm not just gonna walk up.
Oh,
so
yeah,
just
yeah.
That, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's fine.
then-
You don't
yeah.
just say goodbye and walk away?
I mean, I could.
May and Zaos. May, make me an animal handling check.
Do I have advantage because it's Fenge?
Yeah. And also, it's not completely dark out since Zaos is using his. What was the first one?
It was 11 and an 8.
Okay.
Either way.
You managed to, yeah. You know Fenge's limits. He kind of, as you're journeying back towards Sprocketon, the terrain again becomes less and less grassy, more and more rocky, although still maintaining grass every once in a while. Fenge, you can tell towards the latter couple hours is tired, but not exhausted. Not anything like he was the other night. You managed to make it back, both of you guys, at probably midnight-ish, maybe 1 a.m.
Okay.
You can see as you make your way towards the elevators that kind of travel up into the bolt, there are still 2 spanners standing outside ready to man it at any given point if you guys are heading back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just thank Fenge. I'll be like,
Any-
good job. And as I
It's-
kind of like stroke his nose, I would dismiss him right after the sneeze.
I was just going to say, as you dismiss him, you see like this sort of particles emanating off of him slowly from the back forward as he stares towards your eyes, and it's like the sneeze dissipates the last little bit of particles. And
You know, May,
Hmm?
I don't recall, unless I was told at some point, where did Fenye come from and your
Nice.
connection with that?
Summoned him.
Do I know that?
Um,
Well, is that a normal type of? I don't know that magic. That's all.
you probably
Off the top of
don't,
my
given the
head.
fact of what your conversation just was. I'd say you probably actually don't know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So summoned him, yes. It makes sense to summon a horse, but she's addressing him very directly, and it doesn't answer that question.
Yeah. Seems very personal.
Well, I chose to summon a horse that I actually learned to ride on as a kid. I have a very deep connection with Fenge.
So, wait, how long have you been able to summon him?
I believe I learned to do this just recently.
Good. So was someone else summoning him for you? And some of the same port? I'm confused. Well, if you said you learned to ride on him when you were young, but you just
like
recently.
when he was alive.
Oh. And then the connection just hit Zaos. Is like he just realized what this horse was.
Yeah.
I can't remember if we chose him to be a celestial or a fae.
When rewatching the VOD, we went with Celestial at the time. If you think it makes more sense to switch it, we can.
No,
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So, out of context, what spell is that? Or what
I'll
concept
find
was
seed.
Yeah.
defined?
It's
Okay.
Find
Fine.
Steed, and
Fine.
technically,
Paladin's
you won't find in there that that's its specific purpose, but
yeah.
she
Yeah.
did it with
A
intent
little
here.
modified.
Yeah.
Slightly modified.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay. Okay.
Are you ready to head back to the inn? I
Yes.
totally just blanked on the name of you.
The inn is called
The loose screw.
the Loose Screw.
Hey.
It was something about a screw or a bowl.
It's in my
Yeah.
notes. I just had to scroll through it.
A
Quick.
washer? I don't
Question: with the Loose Screw, did we get one room or two rooms?
We got two because
You got
Laryn and I
two.
were gonna share one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So both rooms are gonna have to be disturbed.
Yeah, both rooms. We're sneaking back into both rooms at 1 in the morning. That was my main question. Is just like, do we sneak into one room where May and Zaos are sneaking in together?
No, we
Or
have
is
to
this-
separate. We can't sneak into the same room. You can't sleep in the same room as Laryn and I. Boys have booties.
I wasn't sure if we had one room or multiple because of how we were talking about it originally. But okay,
Yeah.
we
You
have
do have
separate.
two.
Okay,
Sneaking into my room with Laryn.
Make me a stealth
and
check.
I'm sneaking into the room where Garr is.
Make me a stealth check.
Oh boy!
Wait, do I have disadvantage? Hold on.
Oh,
No, I don't have disadvantage.
that would be hysterical. So, as you both kind of make your way to the top of the stairs, separate after a long day of just nothing but travel, Zaos.
Say
Being
good
right
night.
next to each other.
Yeah. Zaos, you make your way into the
Wave,
room,
wave.
very gently opening the door. May, you try to follow suit. Open the door, it's fine. You close the door, you turn around, and trip over a loose board that's just barely up in the floor as you're
Laryn's shoes.
your plated foot.
Right over Laryn's shoes. Down I go.
Laryn, it wakes you. If you were sleeping, you hear it.
May?
Laryn?
What are you? Why are you coming back so late?
I mean, Benkei only runs so fast?
Actually, and we thought it'd be a days, so this is early, right?
It's within their estimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll roll that back.
Well, it is late in the day.
And you're
Yeah.
right. I'm coming in at like 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's very late.
Oh, all right. I'd kind of like keep an eye, a suspicious eye, and just kind of like go to sleep.
Wait, before you go to sleep, I'm gonna be like, are you still tired?
Depends on why you're asking.
Well, you remember that thing we were talking about a couple days ago?
Yes,
Do you want to go do that?
I do. I could have to go get my shoes.
This just went from amazing to crazy amazing.
You're
Oh,
not
no, wait.
doing anything, Josh!
No, we didn't tell you.
Okay, because I'm lost.
This is amazing.
Have the key or does Garr have the key?
Do I have the key or does Garr
You have the key, unless Garr would have
Oh.
taken it back after getting to his room.
Well, someone had to
I
let
told
Mavis
her
in.
that I told her that I didn't need her to do that anymore since I was staying.
Okay, so
So-
you would have the key.
So.
Oh. Garr
Okay.
has the key.
So, that's not a problem for you, Larry. I mean, respectfully, that you could go and
Well,
jet it.
you bring up a very good point. I can give it a try.
Door's not locked.
No, I just went in there.
And we'll get to that.
You know what? Let's give it a try. I'd like sneak out. Or I'm gonna try and sneak out. We'll see if I do.
Okay.
I just draw like on a piece of paper, like the keys under the pillow, and then I give it to Laryn so that she can like leave it on Garr.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Piggybacking off of that, Zaos, for you, when you entered the room, open the door, close it behind you. Nice. Closed. Nothing's, and you turn around and Garr is sitting at a desk right now, wide awake. Make me an insight check.
Okay.
My passive wouldn't have hurt him.
Yeah, no, that's fine. He's not focused on you. Right now, he is staring into nothingness. And you can tell with that perception check, because damn, that he appears to be sweating. Yeah. He's not paying attention to you at all right now.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just seeing Gia mouthing stuff. I'm like, what?
Okay, I would go and grab the key.
Oh, this is Zaos that sees that, not
No,
you.
this is
You're
what I
not
see.
quite there.
Yeah.
We weren't quite to
Yep.
you yet.
You're good.
I'm not quite sure what the hell I'm
Got
doing.
you.
I didn't
Okay,
explain that
sorry.
very well. That's my fault.
Okay. Do I see, like, is there something on the desk?
Would there be?
I'd have my warhammer laying in front of me, like hands on it.
You can see the charm kind of hanging off at the end that has the symbol from Allura as the head of the warhammer sits at the edge of this table that he's sitting on. The charm
Does it
kind
look
of...
like he's... Yeah, does the charm look like it's active? Like when I see him use his magic?
Nope.
And stuff now? Okay.
Nope, just hanging there.
I'm gonna go sit on my bed and just stare at him and wait to see if anything happens.
Okay. You
He
take
doesn't
this
say.
moment. You sit on your bed with a stealth check of 22 or whatever the heck it was.
Yeah, I was 22.
Not even a creak. And you just kind of look. And you take the second look at Garr. You can see just like little bits of sweat at his brow and consternation on his face. You can see again the silvery nature of him oversaturated to an extent. His blue oversaturated to a sapphire color. You see him in a moment of almost like vulnerability. And it feels like not necessarily weakness, but doubt. That's pretty much what you can get without attempting to do anything more.
I'm just gonna watch him for a bit to see if he does anything. Like 5-10 minutes type of thing.
After about 2 minutes, the door opens up. Laryn, you walk in and close the door behind you. You see Zaos sitting on his bed, staring at Garr, staring at nothing, with the warhammer on the bed, with the charm hanging off. And actually, because of this, she rolled over your passive perception. You barely even noticed that she entered. You're still just like focused on Garr at this point. This almost triangle of like silence.
Let's say if she doesn't come back in like 2 to 3 minutes, I'm gonna try to sneak over there and see like what's taking her so long, because like I expect her to come back relatively soon.
Laryn, what are you doing with this information?
Well, do I need to make an insight, like a check to see like what's going on with everybody, or is it pretty
If you're trying to read them,
apparent
yes. Make me an insight check. Did I say yas?
I wouldn't really, y'all.
Yas. Make me an insight check.
Oh, bitch.
Oh, bitch.
Oh, bitch. Oh, 22.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh bitch.
Damn, bitch. So,
He knows what's up.
it's almost like this is an answer to a question that you didn't realize. You knew something was wrong with Garr earlier. He was just hiding it pretty well. You can see the sweat now, even at this point. You can see the look of concern and deep internal thought. You can see a look of your look on Zaos' face as both of you are trying to read Garr in this moment. You notice at this point, Zaos, that she's entered the room, and you both just kind of make this mutual secondary moment of of eye contact.
Give her a cocked eye, like, I don't know, and then I look back at Garr, and then I look back at her, and then I kind of like...
With
I just
Garr,
gave Zaos
message me if
a-
there's anything internally that you're currently doing specifically. I know the general overview, but just let me know if there's something specific. If you're just...
What'd you say, though? That you said back after I shrugged at you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that I just gave you a nod and like a smile, like everything's good. It's all good.
What are you doing with that, Laryn?
With what now? I'm sorry.
With that information.
All that information.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would sneak back out really quick. I assume May's in the hallway.
That's where you left her.
Probably at this point, I'm like,
Yeah. I don't want to leave her hanging. but-
Like, she's taking long. You've seen Laryn, May, you've seen her sneak in and out of places really quickly. She's light on her feet. She's quick to find things. And just as you're like, I gotta check, like, you reach for the door handle and it opens up as Laryn begins walking out.
I would walk all the way out. Gar's awake. He's...
Then why are we whispering?
I don't want to disturb him. It seems like something's wrong. He was just staring off into space. Zaos is staring at him.
Wait.
Seems like...
You're telling me that Garr doesn't seem okay and the rest of you are just staring at him?
I wanted to tell you because I don't think now's a good time to leave. I think we need to make sure he's okay.
No, what I think is everybody needs to be included in our plans. Obviously.
Oh, now everybody needs to be included in the plans?
Yeah, you're going through something.
So,
I agree. I think...
Origin now?
I'm just gonna open the door. Normally.
Dude, I would hear that.
Yeah, no stealth check. You
I
notice.
immediately hop up, Warhammer in hand, and scream, "No!" And
you can see Garr in this defensive stance, large stature in this room that's typically made for gnomes. Almost this imposing shadow cast on the wall from a candle that's set at the door as you enter. This flickering that sort of makes the shadow dance back and forth with the warhammer in his hand.
No, what, Garr?
Set the Warhammer down. Why are you all in here? What's happening?
And you look over to your right and you see Zaos sitting on this bed staring at you.
When did...
I just gotta like say it's like
When did you get here?
A couple minutes ago. We were
I
gonna get the key.
Like I told Gunther,
There's-
you can't just sneak up on someone. You just...
I didn't,
Oh.
I just...
we
Oh, wait,
heard-
you were talking to me.
You seem very deep in thought there, Garr. Are you okay?
Just praying.
Well, if you want to keep praying, that's fine. But, well, Laryn and I are gonna have a girls' night, but you guys can join if you want. It's gonna be like a charcuterie board and wine, and I was gonna read, but we can do other
Braiding hair.
things.
Hold on.
Yeah, we were gonna
Hold
braid
on.
each other's hair.
We could braid yours.
Zeus's hair is already braided. But has May ever mentioned drinking before?
No?
Laryn typically
Nice to
doesn't
know.
drink either.
Yeah. I was like,
Typically-
Girls' night.
wait.
Yeah.
I just at that statement, Zeus just cocks his head. I was like, wine?
Yeah.
Since
Wine.
when do you guys drink?
On occasion.
When I'm not on duty.
Precisely.
I'm just gonna get
Yeah.
some rest.
Well, what?
Are you sure?
Yes, you all do what it is you'd like. I can open the door for you if you're going to the manor.
Well,
Okay.
if you need anything, Garr, let us know, okay?
I'll let you know. I'll retrieve you all in the morning.
Very well.
You weren't there. We got a doorbell, so we'll know when you open the door.
Yes.
Good. Case of intruders.
Well,
Yes. Well, good night, Garr.
No,
get some rest.
I'd intentionally be the last one to walk through the door. Just
Sure. Zaos, you're walking through too?
Yeah, I could join him.
Okay.
Girls'
Laryn.
night with wine?
Let's go, Zaos.
Laryn, you walk through, taking one last look back towards Garr. He's very rigid right now, for lack of a better term. He doesn't look very relaxed. Zaos, you walk through as well and just kind of glance back on your way through, leaving for a second just you and Garr, May.
I'm gonna kind of like walk towards the door and then turn around, and I'm gonna say, I'm not asking you to share anything now, but I just wanted to remind you of what you told me, that you don't have to go through this alone. Whenever you're ready, we're all here for you.
yes, I know. Thank you. May.
I'll walk through the door slowly, reluctantly.
Okay. As they walk through Garr, the door closes. Well, you would have to close it. The room grows silent other than the sound of a flickering candle towards the door. Is there anything
I'll
you're
chair
doing?
up against the door and go to sleep.
Okay,
I try to.
sure. The chairs are small enough, props up against the door really easily, and you lay down in a bed, and for a moment looking up towards this room, looking around, it almost feels slightly like the inside of a ship. The wood is dark. It's not the same that you would expect from a ship that has the love and care that you would grow to love from a personal fishing vessel. But it's peaceful enough, with the exception of the occasional banging outside or steam that you hear. But you are able to find a little bit of rest. I already had you roll the D100, so the three of you guys. Mavis, are you doing anything particular?
I'm just working on the thing for
Okay.
another few hours.
Okay.
And I will end the night speaking to the cog, but I don't know if I'm at the end of the night yet, so.
Good to know. Then let's start, because I think I have an idea here.
Start girls' night?
Is there anything
Would
in
knock
particular?
on Mavis's door before girls' night starts.
Okay, Mavis, you are currently in the process of reforging iron that you've made to make some modifications to this thing. You just pull it out of the forge. Let me switch this part.
There's a freaking forge in there? Of course there is.
What? You didn't hear that? Nothing. What?
I saw a picture of it, so
I
it was there.
Oh yeah, there was a picture of your room. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you pull it out of the forge with the iron tongs that you
Fancy-ass
have, or
room.
steel. Place it in the bucket of water, set it on the table, and just as you're about to take the first hammer, you hear...
Down there.
I walk out.
Oh, there.
I purposely divert my eyes when he opens the door.
I don't open the door. Yeah.
Or whatever
I shout
happens.
first.
Yeah.
Who's there?
It's May. I just wanted to ask you something.
You're back. Thought it was gonna be
Yeah.
May at least. Well, what? Yeah. What you got?
I just wanted to extend the invitation to you. Laryn, Zaos, and I are getting together, eating some food, doing some fun activities. There's gonna be wine. Don't really think that's up your alley, but just wanted to invite you anyway.
Fun activities?
It was supposed to be a girls' night, so I don't really know if anything's changed.
I was gonna be reading, and Laryn was gonna braid my hair, and
Hold on.
all
wait,
this
wait, wait.
jazz. But
What kind of Brady? What kind of book you reading?
I haven't decided yet. I have a couple.
It's gonna be a romance novel, isn't it?
Well, For the Love of Orcs was definitely on the
No,
list.
I'm actually no,
But-
I'm okay.
I also have the chicken or the robo chicken.
remember reading
Mavis,
that one.
you remember
I opened
this
up the
book.
door a little bit.
I read that one a while ago. It's actually a really good book. Why? Braden here.
It was just supposed to be to relax. You know, we've gone through a lot, and I'm purposely not looking in the direction of the door. And I just wanted to invite you. I know you're busy.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Well, thanks, but yeah, I'm busy.
Good luck. Have fun.
Mhm.
Walks away awkwardly.
Sure.
Bye.
You hear the door behind you. As you three make your way to whose room?
It was gonna be my room.
Okay, I like it.
We were gonna have a charcuterie board, some white wine to go with the selections of meats and grapes, and I mean the options are plov of potatoes, of lovin' orcs, chess strategies.
yes.
I forgot the rest that's on my shelf. The art of fishing,
Oh yeah.
the Lost Boy.
That's a great
Um,
one. Wine and cheese.
Oh.
You cast the line and wait for 6 hours.
Okay.
It's actually quite riveting. I read it in one afternoon.
Okay, so perfect for the entire course of. So I do have to mend one thing because Nick reminded me. I thought there was a rest in between. You guys had traveled for a little while. This would be really late. It would be like 3 a.m. I was off.
Yeah.
I assume it wouldn't change anything, but just so we have the time a little more right, 3 to 4. It's a late night.
It's a late night.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mavis, after closing the door and getting back into the room, anything in particular?
Well, first I'd go and finish up the thing that I was trying to.
Yeah.
I'd reheat it, do it all over
Make
again.
me
and
a Smith Tools check with
that's right.
intelligence.
Intelligence.
Yep.
Okay. Is this one for the reinforcement?
It's for the steel. Yeah.
Okay. Smith Tools, intelligence.
And-
Not wisdom.
Oh no.
Spot's fucking doomed. I literally said it would be fine if I didn't roll on that one. It's the only scenario where it sucked ass.
It breaks it too. He has to start all over again.
So, as you take this steel, begin reforging it.
Hold on. No, I don't have inspiration.
Can I give him my inspiration?
Nah. However,
Oh.
you begin reforging it, and in your you can't help but have, for lack of a better term, emotion enter in. Thinking back on the conversations that have entered, this is way more vulnerability than you're used to, and you're just thinking over the conversation when suddenly steel splits in two.
I'd throw it.
You toss it off to the side with the other pile of rubble that you have.
I'd reach into the bag and pull the cog out.
What are you? What are you?
Drop it.
And again. Not again, Garr. It won't happen again.
I'd go where I mentioned before.
Sure.
Clear my mind a little bit. Write down some of my thoughts that are currently on my mind before recentering. And at this time now, it's late as shit. I'm probably very exhausted.
Yeah, you probably got a couple of hours of work in.
Yeah, I would before actually turning in, I'd go retrieve the cog again.
Anything in particular, or just pick it up, put it in your pocket?
Take it to the place I mentioned and just kind of hold it and stare at it for a while, thinking, not actually speaking out loud. See if I can get any interaction from it at all.
Okay. Roll me a D100. Okay. Over the course of the night, you spend some time with it. Nothing specific happens. You don't feel like it's... You don't feel any sort of resistance from it, for lack of a better term. You don't feel like it's trying to hurt you or harm you or scare you. Right now, it's just there.
Yeah. All right. I have the bucket there next to me. I put it into the bucket and go back to bed.
Okay. And with Mavis heading off to sleep, Garr in his room with a lot on his mind, and the three of you guys currently
reading books, braiding hair, and drinking wine.
And there's the episode title. That's where we're on the session for tonight.
All right.
Okay, I was waiting until afterwards. Everyone's stuck to their characters so well. Anybody that doesn't have inspiration can go ahead and check it. That was on point.
Needed it 5 seconds ago.
I know, but it actually made perfect sense for that moment.
It totally did.
I forgot that I had -4 to all my rolls that session.
Oh, shit.
Anything I rolled would have had a -4 too.
I forgot too.
Oh, damn.
That's okay. That's, none of them were that close, so it's not like it was like, oh, just barely the DC. Damn. I get to just like sit. Like, y'all are so invested in your characters and know who they are. This is so cool as a DM. Oh, I'm beyond excited for the things that are actually still coming up. You guys don't even know, but this is.
Well, I mean,
cool.
we know individually, but not as a group in a way. No, okay.
I don't think we know anything.
Not even.
Yeah.
We know nothing.
Just wait. Just
That's why
wait.
we made it to episode 20,
y'all.
I know.
Yeah, we made it to episode 2. We made it to Sprocketon.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you guys have a task list now. You know what you want to do.
Yeah, we're gonna spend 3 sessions talking about it, and then.
Oh no!
That's the problem when everyone is into roleplay and knows their characters. Sessions can do that. It's entertaining, but we get nowhere.
But in the beginning,
a lot happened in this session.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. And in the beginning, this is like the most necessary. Later on, if it's still just like something that's like you kind of had to do with us, Gia, start putting on the planning music, reminding us because it was 50 episodes later, then it's different. But in the beginning, this is character building. This is bonding. This is perfect. Like, I love it.
This is setting up the heartbreak for when there's an actual death.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh
boy. I'm gonna cry my eyes out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh God. So I'm so excited. Okay. Anyways, let's find someone to raid. And
Raid. What the dog doing?
what
Butter
the
on the
dog with
dog.
the butter on it, butter on the dog.
I have so much notes for this session. Holy crap.
Well, I have assets ready to go for next session, so that part's nice.
Let's go.
Cool.
Let's see. Who do we have online? I think let's raid 50.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen 50 in a minute.
Right? Yeah, let's raid
Okay.
50. For anybody
I wanna
still in
raid.
chat, we love y'all. Thank you for... Oh, Sky, hello! Thank you for joining us.
Let's go.
You're not in
Not
chat?
a copy it, damn it. There we
You're
go.
always in chat in our hearts, BB. Remember to stop by Sundays, as we'll be going in a campaign that is not far off from actually having a conclusion. The first and only one that I've seen through to the end, and I'm super excited to actually see how it goes. Stop by,
Nice.
y'all. Drop a follow. Meet us there.
Does that mean there's a new one coming soon?
Yep.
Soon, TM.
Juicy.
I mean, it's gonna be like a year or two, but yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that, Nathan.
Exciting though.
So,
Yeah.
If you guys want to join us for this raid, and then feel free to do whatever you want with the rest of your night. That one I'm playing the BBG.
Drinking wine
makes
and
sense,
reading
makes sense.
books. You already know what I'm doing.
There you go. And in the meantime, y'all, remember to stay cute. And we'll see you guys later. Oh, also, possible chance of a 12-hour stream this Saturday and a planned duo stream with Gia at some point for a spy game that I think Sky recommended that looks super fun.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Nice.
So stay tuned in
Just
Discord,
like
y'all.
International.
Fear tonight.
Go-
Copy it.
Okay, never mind. Jess has the right idea. All right, ready, y'all? Peace. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye.